Mas pinatindi. Lahat ng programa natin ay high definition ready. HD capable. Mas pinalawak. Directly streamed to more than 1 million plus Facebook followers. 1 million plus Facebook followers. Pinaastig. Tayo ay available sa maraming platforms. Sa Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter at TikTok. Kayo ay abot kahit saan sa Pilipinas, kahit saan sa mundo. Gamit ang internet. Public service without boundaries. Ito ang bagong Central Luzon Balita. Powered by IBS Media. IBS Media, 25 years in public service, connecting both traditional and digital. IBS Media, we are engaged in radio, television, talent and events management, public relations, social, digital media, and news service. We are the IBS Media Group. IBS Media Group.
Mayroon akong panaginip,
meron akong minimithing isang bansang taglay ang pangako ng
kapayapaan at pag-asa. Dapat lang isipin at paghandaan ang halalan ng kinabukasan. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, mag-iisa at magbahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan. Saan mang dako ng Pilipinas, sari-saring kultura.
Isang imig, isang awit, alaman sa'yo ng bayan.
Dapat lang isipin at paghandaan ang halalan ng kinabukasan. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, mag-iisa at magbahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan. Pilipinas,
ating dangal ay alagaan.
Pilipinas,
maging tapat, huwag kalimutan.
Mga isyu at balita sa loob at labas ng gitnang Luzon.
Pilipinas ang mahal. Pilipinas ang mahal.
Titignan ko natin, nasa 17 days yung implementation.
The fingerprints of climate change linked to human activities have become increasingly clear this year.
Dahil wala kami pera, wala kami pambiling bigas.
Ito ang kauna-unahang all-digital news outfit sa Region 3. Central Luzon Balita. Naghahatid sa inyo ng mga maiinit, pinag-uusapan at trending na mga balita at issues ng bayan. Central Luzon Balita. Available sa maraming digital platform. via website www.centralluzonbalita.com, Instagram,
Central Luzon Balita.
Twitter,
At Balita Luzon.
TikTok,
Central Luzon Balita.
at mapapanood ng Sabayan real time via Facebook at YouTube.
Central Luzon Balita.
This is your one-stop source for news and current events, entertainment, public service, and more
Public service and more.
at the convenience of your smart devices. Sa loob at labas ng Region 3, sa buong Pilipinas, saan mang panig sa mundo, kami ang Central Luzon Balita.
Central Luzon Balita.
Dahil sa tulong, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iaabot, sinong pinili. Bagang tinta ay humalik sa daliling siyang ginamit at nagturong na wala ay maibalik. Dapat
Alam
tama.
natin ang tama, ba't di natin ginagawa? Paulit-ulit na lang na ito ang bagong simula. Simula ng simula, bakit walang natatapos sa trasabate? Lagi putput ng swelas ng sapatos. Ilang beses na nga ako, ilang beses na pa ako. Ba't di natin subukan at tulungan at umako? Bumahagi sa bigat na matagal na natin pasan. Pag tayo'y nagsama-sama, lahat ay malalampasan. May mas maayos na bukas para sa ating mga anak. Ang unang hakbang ay piliin ang tamang nakatatak na pangalan sa balota. Huwag na tayong magpauto na sa atin ang kapangyarihan. Pag tayo ang kumibo, nagigigil mong itigil ang pagsisi sa sutil na nasa pwestong di ka nakilala. Kapag siningin sa lahat ng kanyang pangakong patagal ng patagal, kung di tayo kumbinsido, wag na natin
Dahil
ihalal.
sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iabot, sinong pinili. Babang tinta ay humalik sa daliling siyang ginamit at nagturong na wala ay maibalik. Dapat tama.
Sa isip at sa salita,
Dapat tama.
lalo-lalo na sa gawa.
Dapat
Sama-sama
tama.
natin ito ang mali. Ang bayan natin makabangon muli.
Dapat tama.
Sa isip at sa salita,
Dapat tama.
lalo-lalo na sa gawa.
Dapat
Sama-sama natin ito ang mali. Ang bayan natin makabangon muli.
Dapat
Tama
tama.
natin ang gabay, huwag na tayo magreklamo. Itaas sa kamay na gusto ng pag-asenso. Balikat na magkakapay, hindi tayo susuko. Malakas na boses, sabay-sabay marako. Tama natin ang gabay, huwag na tayo magreklamo. Itaas sa kamay na gusto ng pag-asenso. Balikat na magkakapay, hindi tayo susuko. Malakas na boses, sabay-sabay marako. Walang magpapaloko, wala nang manluloko. Ang mga butanteng Pilipino ay di mga bobo lumiyak pag madilim. Ito pinang tiwali, hindi ganun kasimple to. Di kailangan magmadali. Ang tiwalang inago sa tao ng maling-mali. Kahit saan natin pilitin natin ay maling-mali. Umahon sa kahirapan at lumangoy sa kumuloy. Kahit ano pang iharang, tumuloy ng tumuloy. Pagdating ng eleksyon, ito ang dapat na panata. Isulat kung sino ang talagang sa tingin mo'y tama. At sa araw na napakapihira lang dumaan, dapat sa may katuturan, huwag kang mag-aalangan. Nahawakan ng lubig na siyang nagsisilbing tulay. Gisingin natin ang tulog, tuloy-tuloy na mag-ingay. Nang malaman ng lahat, sumigaw sabay-sabay. Kinabukasan ng bayan ay nasa ating mga kamay.
Sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iaabot, sinong pinili. Bagang tinta ay humalik sa daliling siyang ginamit at nagturong na wala ay maibalik. Dapat tama.
Sa isip ko sa salita,
Dapat tama.
lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama natin ito mga mali. Ang bayan natin makabangon muli.
Dapat tama.
Sa isip at sa salita,
Dapat tama.
lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama natin ito mga mali. Ang bayan natin makabangon muli.
Dapat tama.
Matatamis na mga pangako, marami sa atin na
pilian, mag-isip ng di na malinlang, kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago, ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago, pag-asa at siyak na matatawa. Sa tulong ng ating pagkakaisa, ang nasang pag-ulay sigurad na magagawa. Kaya't kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo. Kaya't ngayong darating na pilian, mag-isip ng di na malinlang, kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago, ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago, pag-asa ay siyak na matatawa.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Pagpili ang iyong boto sa halagang 500 piso. Katumbas naman ng ilang sentimo ang dibdigan mo. Politikong taliwas, kaban ng bayan na iwawalan. Kaya't maging mapanuri sa was mong pagpili. Huwag sayangin ang kita sa daliri. Maging responsable sa pagpili, magkaisa at magtulungan.
Kakayahan mong magpasyang magiging gabay sa pag-asenso ng bansa sa'yo magsisimula.
Dahil sa dulo, bawal lang kakamot-kamot sa katanungang harap-harap ang iaabot sinong pinili. Paggang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturo ang nawala ay maibalik. Dapat tama. Alam natin ang tama, ba't di natin ginagawa? Alang-alang sa ating bayan, dapat tayong makialam. Puro na lang reklamo, walang tunay na pagkilos. Laging atras sa bante, pagpud ng swelas ng sapatos.
Ilang beses na nga ako, ilang beses na pa ako. Ba't di natin subukan na tulungan at umako? Umahagi sa bigat na matagal na nating pasan. Pag tayo'y nagsama-sama, lahat ay malalampasan.
Dapat tama sa isip at sa salita. Dapat tama lalong-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama nating itama ang mali, nang ang bayan natin makabangon muli. May mas maayos na bukas para sa ating mga anak. Unang hakbang ay piliin ang tamang nakatatak na pangalan sa balota. Huwag tayong magpakuto, nasa atin ang kapangyarihan pag tayo ang kumipo.
Nang gigigil mong itigil ang pagsisi sa sutil na nasa pwestong di ka nakilala kapag sinisingil. Sa lahat ng kanyang pangakong patagal ng patagal, kung di tayo kumbinsido, huwag na nating ihalal.
Dapat tama natin ang gabay, huwag na tayong magreklamo. Itaas ang kamay ng gusto ng pag-asenso. Likat na magkakbay, di tayo susuko. Malalakas na boses, sabay-sabay mangako. Dahil sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungang harap-harap ang iaabot sinong pinili. Pag ang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturo, ang nawala ay maibalik. Dapat tama sa isip at sa salita. Dapat tama lalong-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama nating itama ang mali, nang ang bayan natin makabangon muli. Dapat tama sa isip at sa salita. Dapat tama lalong-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama nating itama ang mali, nang ang bayan natin makabangon muli. Dapat tama.
Mayroon akong panaginip,
Meron akong minimithing isang bansang taglay ang pangako na
kapayapaan at pag-asa. Dapat lang isipin at paghandaan ang halalan ng kinabukasan. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, makiisa at makibahagi.
tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan. Saan mang dako ng Pilipinas, sari-saring kultura.
Isang himig, isang awit, alang-alang sa'yo ng bayan.
Dapat lang isipin at paghandaan ang halalan ng kinabukasan. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, makiisa at makibahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan. Pilipinas,
Ating dangal ay alagaan.
Pilipinas,
Maging tapat, huwag kalimutan. Ingatan ng bayan.
Pilipinas kung mahal. Pilipinas, Pilipinas kung mahal. Pilipinas kung mahal. Pilipinas kung mahal. Pilipinas, kinabukasan ay nasa ating kamay. Makiisa't makiugnay at piliin mo ang tama para sa bansa. Pakinggan aming tinig. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, makiisa't makibahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan. Pilipinas,
Ating dangal ay alagaan.
Pilipinas,
Maging tapat, huwag kalimutan. Ingatan ng bayan.
dahil sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iaabot, sinong piniling. Pag ang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturo, ang nawala ay maibalik. Dapat tama.
Alam natin ang tama, ba't din natin ginagawa, paulit-ulit na lang na ito ang bagong simula. Simula ng simula, bakit walang natatapos at rasa pati lagi putput ng swelas ng sapatos. Ilang beses na nga ako, ilang beses na pa ako, pati natin subukan at tulungan at umako. Bumahagi sa bigat na matagal na natin pasan, pag tayo'y nagsama-sama lahat ay malalampasan. May mas maayos na bukas para sa ating mga anak. Ang unang hakbang ay piliin ang tamang nakatatak na pangalan sa balota. Huwag na tayong magpauto na sa atin ang kapangyarihan. Pag tayo ang kumibo, nagigigil mong itigil ang pagsisi sa sutil na nasa pwestong di ka nakilala. Kapag siningin sa lahat ng kanyang pangakong matagal ng matagal, kung di tayo kumbinsido, huwag na natin
Dahil
ihalal.
sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iabot, sinong pinili? Pag ang tinta ay humalik sa daliling siyang ginamit at nagturo, nawala ay maibalik. Dapat tama
Sa isip at sa salita,
dapat tama,
lalo-lalo na sa gawa.
dapat
Sama-sama natin ito ang mali. Nakambayan natin makabangon muli.
dapat tama,
Sa isip at sa salita,
dapat tama,
lalo-lalo na sa gawa.
dapat
Sama-sama natin ito ang mali. Nakambayan natin makabangon muli.
dapat
Itaan
tama.
natin ang gabay, huwag na tayo magreklamo. Itaas sa kamay ng gusto ng pag-asenso. Balikat na magkakmay, hindi tayo susuko. Malakas na boses, sabay-sabay marangko. Tama natin ang gabay, huwag na tayo magreklamo. Itaas sa kamay ng gusto ng pag-asenso. Balikat na magkakmay, hindi tayo susuko. Malakas na boses, sabay-sabay marangko. Walang magpapaloko, wala nang manluloko. Ang mga butanteng Pilipino ay di mga bobo lumiyang pagmadilim. Ito ang tiwali, hindi ganun kasimple to. Di kailangan magmadali. Ang tiwalang inayo sa tao ng maling-mali. Kahit saan natin pilitin na tingnan maling-mali. Umahon sa kahirapan at lumangoy sa kumuloy. Kahit ano pang iharang ay tumuloy ng tumuloy. Pagdating ng eleksyon, ito ang dapat na panata. Isulat kung sino ang talagang sa tingin mo'y tama. At sa araw na napakapihira lang dumaan, dapat sa may katuturan, huwag kang mag-aalangan. Nahawakan ng lubig na siyang nagsisilbing tulay. Gisingin natin ang tulog, tuloy-tuloy na mag-ingay nang malaman ng lahat. Sumigaw sabay-sabay, kinabukasan ng bayan ay nasa ating mga kamay.
Sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iaabot, sinong pinili? Pag ang tinta ay humalik sa daliling siyang ginamit at nagturo, nawala ay maibalik. Dapat tama,
Sa isip at sa salita,
dapat tama,
lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama natin ito ang mali. Nakamayan natin makabangon muli.
dapat tama,
Sa isip at sa salita,
dapat tama,
lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama natin ito ang mali. Nakamayan natin makabangon muli.
dapat tama.
Matatamis na mga pangako, marami sa atin ang nagpaloko. Kaya't kung nais mo na ang pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo.
Kaya't ngayong darating na pilian, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago, ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago, pag-asa at siyang namatalaw mo. Sa tulong ng ating pagkakaisa, ang nasang pag-ulay sigurad magagawa. Kaya't kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo. Kaya't ngayong darating na pilian, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
ilang sistema ang didigan mo. Politikong taliwas, gaban ng bawas mong pagpiling, huwag sayangin ang kita sa daliri.
Maging responsable sa pagpili, magkaisa at magtulungan.
Kakayahan mong magpasyang magiging gabay sa pag-asenso ng bansa sa'yo magsisimula.
Dahil sa dulo, bawal lang kakamot-kamot sa katanungang harap-harap ang iaabot sinong pinili. Paggang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturo ang nawala ay maibalik. Dapat tama. Alam natin ang tama, ba't di natin ginagawa? Alang-alang sa ating bayan, dapat tayong makialam. Puro na lang reklamo, walang tunay na pagkilos. Laging atras sa bante, pagpud ng swelas ng sapatos.
Ilang beses na nga ako, ilang beses na pa ako. Ba't di natin subukan na tulungan at umako? Umahagi sa bigat na matagal na nating pasan. Pag tayo'y nagsama-sama, lahat ay malalampasan.
Dapat tama sa isip at sa salita. Dapat tama, lalong-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama nating itama ang mali. Nang ng bayan natin makabangon muli. Ay mas maayos na bukas para sa ating mga anak. Unang akbang ay piliin ang tamang nakatatak na pangalan sa balota. Huwag tayong magpakuto. Nasa atin ang kapangyarihan pag tayo ang kumipo.
Nang gigigil mong itigil ang pagsisi sa sutil na nasa pwestong di ka nakilala kapag sinisingil. Sa lahat ng kanyang pangakong patagal ng patagal. Kung di tayo kumbinsido, huwag na nating ihalal.
Dapat tama natin ang gabay, huwag na tayong magreklamo. Itaas ang kamay ng gusto ng pag-asenso. Likat na magkakbay, di tayo susuko. Malalakas na boses, sabay-sabay mangako. Dahil sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungang harap-harap ang iaabot sinong pinili. Pag ang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturo ang nawala ay maibalik. Dapat tama sa isip at sa salita. Dapat tama, lalong-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama nating itama ang mali. Nang ang bayan natin makabangon muli. Dapat tama sa isip at sa salita. Dapat tama, lalong-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama nating itama ang mali. Nang ang bayan natin makabangon muli. Dapat tama.
Mayroon akong panaginip.
Meron akong minimithing isang bansang taglay ang pangako na
Kapayapan at pag-asa. Dapat lang isipin at paghandaan ang halalan ng kinabukasan. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, makiisa at makibigay.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan. Saan mang dako ng Pilipinas, sari-saring kultura.
Isang himig, isang awit, alang-alang sa ng bayan.
Dapat lang isipin at paghandaan ang halalan ng kinabukasan. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, makiisa at makibahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan.
Ating dangal ay alagaan. Maging tapat, huwag kalimutan. Ingatan ng bayan.
Pilipinas kung mahal. Pilipinas, Pilipinas kung mahal. Wow! Pilipinas kung mahal. Pilipinas kung mahal. Pilipinas, kinabukasan ay nasa ating kamay. Makiisa't makiugnay at piliin mo ang tama para sa bansa. Pakinggan aming tinig. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, makiisa't makibahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan.
Ating dangal ay alagaan. Maging tapat, huwag kalimutan. Ingatan ng bayan.
Dahil sa tulog, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iaabot, sinong pinili. Pag ang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturong na wala ay maibalik. Dapat
Alam
tama.
natin ang tama, ba't di natin ginagawa? Paulit-ulit na lang na ito ang bagong simula. Simula ng simula, bakit walang natatapos? Atras sa pati, lagi putput ng swelas ng sapatos. Ilang beses na nga ako, ilang beses na ba ako? Ba't di natin subukan at tulungan at umako? Bumahagi sa bigat na matagal na natin pasan. Pag tayo'y nagsama-sama, lahat ay malalampasan. May mas maayos na bukas para sa ating mga anak. Ang unang hakbang ay piliin ang tamang nakatatak na pangalan sa balota. Huwag na tayong magpauto na sa atin ang kapangyarihan at pag tayo ang kumibo. Nagigigil mong itigil ang pagsisi sa sutil na nasa pwestong di ka nakilala. Kapag siningin sa lahat ng kanyang pangakong patagal ng patagal. Kung di tayo kumbinsido, wag na natin
Dahil
ihalal.
sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iabot, sinong pinili. Pag ang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturong na wala ay maibalik. Dapat tama.
Sa isipan sa salita,
Dapat tama.
lalo-lalo na sa gawa.
Dapat
Sama-sama
tama.
natin ito ang mali. Ang bayan natin makabangon muli.
Dapat tama.
Sa isipan sa salita,
Dapat tama.
lalo-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama natin ito ang mali. Ang bayan natin makabangon muli.
Dapat
Itaan natin ang gabay, huwag na tayo magreklamo. Itaas sa kamay na gusto ng pag-asenso. Balikat na magkakay, hindi tayo susuko. Malakas na boses, sabay-sabay marako. Itaan natin ang gabay, huwag na tayo magreklamo. Itaas sa kamay na ang gusto ng pag-asenso. Balikan na magkakay, hindi tayo susuko. Malakas na boses, sabay-sabay mangako. Walang magpapaloko, wala nang manluloko. Ang mga butanging Pilipino ay di mga bobo lumiyag pag madilim. Ito din ang tiwali, hindi ganun kasimple to. Di kailangan magmadali. Ang tiwalang inayog sa tao ng maling-mali. Kahit saan natin pilitin na tinay maling-mali. Umahon sa kahirapan at lumangoy sa kumuloy. Kahit ano pang iharang ay tumuloy ng tumuloy. Pagdating ng eleksyon, ito ang dapat na palata. Isulat kung sino ang talagang sa tingin mo'y tama. At sa araw na napakapihira lang dumaan, dapat sa may katuturan, huwag kang mag-aalangan. Nahawakan ng lubig lasang nagsisilbing tulay. Gisingin natin ang tulog, tuloy-tuloy na mag-ingay. Nang malaman ng lahat, sumigaw sabay-sabay. Kinabukasan ng bayan ay nasa ating mga kamay.
Sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iaabot sinong pinili. Bagang tintay, humalik sa daliling siyang ginamit at nagturo na wala ay maibalik. Dapat tama
Sa isip at sa salita, dapat tama. Lalo na sa gawa, dapat sama-sama natin ito. Mali, ng kamayan natin makabago muli.
dapat tama
Sa isip at sa salita,
dapat tama
lalo na sa gawa, dapat sama-sama natin ito. Mali, ng kamayan natin makabago muli.
dapat tama.
Matatamis na mga pangako, marami sa atin ang nagpaloko. Kaya't kung nais mo na ang pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo.
Kaya't ngayong darating na pilian, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Pag-asa ay siyang namatalaw. Sa tulong ng ating pagkakaisa, ang nasang pag-ulay sigurado magagawa. Kaya't kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo. Kaya't ngayong darating na pilian, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Pag-asa ay siyang namatalaw.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ituloy ang pagbabago.
Pagpili ang iyong boto sa halagang 500 piso. Katumbas na ba ng ilang sentimo ang ditigan mo? Politikong taliwas, kaban ng bayan na hiwawala. Kaya't maging mapanood sa wastong pagpili. Huwag sayangin ang likas sa daliri.
Maging responsable sa pagpili, magkaisa at magtulungan.
Kakayahan mong magpasyang magiging gabay sa pag-asenso ng bansa sa'yo magsisimula. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ikaw at ako ang susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Pag-asa ay siyang namatalaw. Ituloy ang
Dahil sa dulo, bawal lang kakamot-kamot sa katanungang harap-harap ang iaabot sinong pinili. Paggang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturo ang nawala ay maibalik. Dapat tama. Alam natin ang tama, ba't di natin ginagawa? Alang-alang sa ating bayan, dapat tayong makialam. Puro na lang reklamo, walang tunay na pagkilos. Laging atras sa bante, pudpud ng swelas ng sapatos.
Ilang beses na nga ako, ilang beses na pa ako. Ba't di natin subukan na tulungan at umako? Umahagi sa bigat na matagal na nating pasan. Pag tayo'y nagsama-sama, lahat ay malalampasan.
Dapat tama sa isip at sa salita. Dapat tama, lalong-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama nating itama ang mali. Nang ang bayan natin makabangon muli. Ay mas maayos na bukas para sa ating mga anak. Unang akbang ay piliin ang tamang nakatatak na pangalan sa balota. Huwag tayong magpakuto. Nasa atin ang kapangyarihan pag tayo ang kumipo.
Nang itigil mong itigil ang pagsisi sa sutil na nasa pwestong di ka nakilala kapag sinisingil. Sa lahat ng kanyang pangakong patagal ng patagal. Kung di tayo kumbinsido, huwag na nating ihalal.
Dapat tama natin ang gabay, huwag na tayong magreklamo. Itaas ang kamay ng gusto ng pag-asenso. Sulikat na magkakbay, di tayo susuko. Malalakas na boses, sabay-sabay mangako. Dahil sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungang harap-harap ang iaabot sinong pinili. Paggang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturo ang nawala ay maibalik. Dapat tama sa isip at sa salita. Dapat tama, lalong-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama nating itama ang mali. Nang ang bayan natin makabangon muli. Dapat tama sa isip at sa salita. Dapat tama, lalong-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama nating itama ang mali. Nang ang bayan natin makabangon muli. Dapat tama.
Mayroon akong panaginip.
Meron akong minimithing isang bansang taglay ang pangako na
Kapayapaan at pag-asa. Dapat lang isipin at paghandaan ang halalan ng kinabukasan. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, makiisa at makibahagi.
tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan. Saan mang dako ng Pilipinas, sari-saring kultura.
Isang ibig, isang awit, alaman sa ng bayan.
Dapat lang isipin at paghandaan ang halalan ng kinabukasan. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, makiisa at makibahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan.
Ating dangal ay alagaan. Maging tapat, huwag kalimutan. Ingatan ng bayan.
Pilipinas kumahal. Pilipinas, Pilipinas kumahal. Pilipinas kumahal. Pilipinas kumahal. Pilipinas, kinabukasan ay nasa ating kamay. Makiisa at makiugnay, at piliin mo ang tama para sa bansa. bansa. Pakinggan aming tinig, Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig, Pilipinas, makiisa at makibahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan.
Ating dangal ay alagaan. Maging tapat, huwag kalimutan. Ingatan ng bayan.
Dahil sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iaabot, sinong pinili. Pag ang tinta ay humalik sa daliling, siyang ginamit at nagturong na wala ay maibalik. Dapat
Alam
tama.
natin ang tama, ba't di natin ginagawa? Paulit-ulit na lang na ito ang bagong simula. Simula ng simula, bakit walang natatapos? Atras sa bati, lagi tutod ng swelas ng sapatos. Ilang beses na nga ako, ilang beses na pa ako. Ba't di natin subukan at tulungan at umako? Bumahagi sa bigat na matagal na natin pasan. Pag tayo'y nagsama-sama, lahat ay malalampasan. May mas maayos na bukas para sa ating mga anak. Ang unang hakbang ay piliin ang tamang nakatatak na pangalan sa balota. Huwag na tayong magpauto na sa atin ang kapangyarihan. Pag tayo ang kumibo, nagigigil mong itigil ang pagsisi sa sutil na nasa pwestong di ka nakilala kang pagsiningil sa lahat ng kanyang pangakong matagal ng matagal. Kung di tayo kumbinsido, wag na natin
Dahil
ihalal.
sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iabot, sinong pinili. Pag ang tinta ay humalik sa daliling, siyang ginamit at nagturong na wala ay maibalik. Dapat tama,
Sa isipan sa salita,
dapat tama,
lalo-lalo na sa gawa.
dapat
Sama-sama natin ito ang mali. Nagkambayan natin makabangon ulit.
dapat tama,
Sa isipan sa salita,
dapat tama,
lalo-lalo na sa gawa.
dapat
Sama-sama natin ito ang mali. Nagkambayan natin makabangon ulit.
dapat
Tama natin ang gabay, huwag na tayo magreklamo. Itaas sa kamay na gusto ng pag-asenso. Balikat na magkakay, hindi tayo susuko. Malakas na boses, sabay-sabay marako. Tama natin ang gabay, huwag na tayo magreklamo. Itaas sa kamay na gusto ng pag-asenso. Balikat na magkakay, hindi tayo susuko. Malakas na boses, sabay-sabay marako. Walang magpapaloko, wala nang manluloko. Ang mga butanteng Pilipino ay di mga bobo lumiyak pag madilim. Ito tinang tiwali, hindi ganun kasimple to. Di kailangan magmadali. Ang tiwalang inayaw sa tao ng maling-mali. Kahit saan natin pilitin at tingnan maling-mali. Umahon sa kahirapan at lumangoy sa kumuloy. Kahit ano pang iharang ay tumuloy ng tumuloy. Pagdating ng eleksyon, ito ang dapat na panata. Isulat kung sino ang talagang sa tingin mo'y tama. At sa araw na napakapihira lang dumaan, dapat sa may natuturan, huwag kang mag-aalangan. Nahawakan ng lubig na siyang nagsisilbing tulay. Gisingin natin ang tulog, tuloy-tuloy na mag-ingay. Nang malaman ng lahat, sumigaw sabay-sabay. Kinabukasan ng bayan ay nasa ating mga kamay.
Sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iaabot, sinong pinili. Pag ang tinta ay humalik sa daliling, siyang ginamit at nagturong na wala ay maibalik. Dapat tama,
Sa isip at sa salita,
dapat tama,
lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama natin ito ang mali. Nagkamayan natin makabangon muli.
dapat tama,
Sa isip at sa salita,
dapat tama,
lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama natin ito ang mali. Nagkamayan natin makabangon muli.
dapat tama.
tamis na mga pangako, marami sa atin ang nagpaloko. Kaya't kung nais mo na ang pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo.
Kaya't ngayong darating na pilian, mag-isip ng di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Pag-asa ay siyang namatatawa. Sa tulong ng ating pagkakaisa, ang nasang pag-ulay sigurado nagagawa. Kaya't kung nais mo ng pagbabago, simulan mo na sa iyong sarili mismo. Kaya't ngayong darating na pilian, mag-isip lang di na malinlang. Kalayaan sa pagboto ay panindigan.
Kinabukasan natin ang nakasalalay dyan.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ikaw at ako ang tanging susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Pag-asa ay siyang namatatawa.
Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ituloy ang pagbabago.
Pagpili ang iyong boto sa halagang 500 piso. Katumbas na ba ng ilang sentimo ang dignidad mo? Politikong taliwas, kaban ng bayan na iwawala. Kaya't maging mapanood sa wastong pagpili. Huwag sayangin ang ita sa daliri.
Ating responsable sa pagpili, magkaisa at magtulungan.
Kakayahan mong magpasyang magiging gabay sa pag-asenso ng bansa sa'yo magsisimula. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Ikaw at ako ang susi nito. Ituloy ang pagbabago. Pag-asa ay siyang namatatawa.
Dahil sa dulo, bawal lang kakamot-kamot sa katanungang harap-harap ang iaabot sinong pinili. Paggang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturo ang nawala ay maibalik. Dapat tama. Alam natin ang tama, ba't di natin ginagawa? Alang-alang sa ating bayan, dapat tayong makialam. Puro na lang reklamo, walang tunay na pagkilos. Laging atras sa bante, pagpud ng swelas ng sapatos.
Ilang beses na nga ako, ilang beses na pa ako. Ba't di natin subukan na tulungan at umako? Umahagi sa bigat na matagal na nating pasan. Pag tayo'y nagsama-sama, lahat ay malalampasan.
Dapat tama sa isip at sa salita. Dapat tama, lalong-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama nating itama ang mali. Nang ng bayan natin makabangon muli. Ay mas maayos na bukas para sa ating mga anak. Unang akbang ay piliin ang tamang nakatatak na pangalan sa balota. Huwag tayong magpaguto, nasa atin ang kapangyarihan pag tayo ang kumibo.
Nang gitigil mong itigil ang pagsisi sa sutil na nasa pwestong di ka nakilala kapag sinisingil. Sa lahat ng kanyang pangakong patagal ng patagal. Kung di tayo kumbinsido, huwag na nating ihalal.
Dapat isama natin ang gabay, huwag na tayong magreklamo. Itaas ang kamay ng gusto ng pag-asenso. Likat na magkakbay, di tayo susuko. Malalakas na boses, sabay-sabay mangako. Dahil sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungang harap-harap ang iaabot sinong pinili. Pag ang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturo, ang nawala ay maibalik. Dapat tama sa isip at sa salita. Dapat tama lalong-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama nating itama ang mali, nang ang bayan natin makabangon muli. Dapat tama sa isip at sa salita. Dapat tama lalong-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama nating itama ang mali, nang ang bayan natin makabangon muli. Dapat tama.
Mayroon akong panaginip,
Meron akong minimithing isang bansang taglay ang pangako na
kapayapaan at pag-asa.
dapat lang
Isipin at paghandaan ang halalan ng kinabukasan.
Pilipinas,
Iparinig ang ating tinig,
Pilipinas.
makiisa at makibahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan. Saan mang dako ng Pilipinas, sari-saring kultura.
Isang himig, isang awit, alam-alam sa'yo ng bayan. Dapat lang
Isipin at paghandaan ang halalan ng kinabukasan.
Pilipinas,
Iparinig ang ating tinig,
Pilipinas.
makiisa at makibahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan.
Ating dangal ay alagaan, maging tapat, huwag kalimutan. Ingatan ng bayan.
Pilipinas kong mahal, Pilipinas, Pilipinas kong mahal. Wow! Pilipinas kong mahal, Pilipinas kong mahal. Yeah. Pilipinas, kinabukasan ay nasa ating kamay. Maghiisa at makiugnay, at piliin mo ang tama para sa bansa. Pakinggan aming tinig, Pilipinas. Iparinig ang ating tinig, Pilipinas. Makiisa at makibahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan.
Ating dangal ay alagaan, maging tapat, huwag kalimutan. Ingatan ng bayan.
Dahil sa dulo, kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harapang iaabot sinong pinili. Bagang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturong na wala ay maibalik. Dapat
Alam natin ang tama, ba't di natin ginagawa? Paulit-ulit na lang na ito ang bagong simula. Simula ng simula, bakit walang natatapos sa trasabate? Lagi putput ng swelas ng sapatos. Ilang beses na nga ako, ilang beses na ba ako? Ba't di natin subukan at tulungan at umako? Bumahagi sa bigat na matagal na natin pasan. Pag tayo'y nagsama-sama, lahat ay malalampasan. May mas maayos na bukas para sa ating mga anak. Ang unang hakbang ay piliin ang tamang nakatatak na pangalan sa balota. Huwag na tayong magpauto na sa atin ang kapangyarihan. Pag tayo ang kumibo, nagigigil mong itigil ang pagsisi sa sutil na nasa pwestong di ka nakilala. Kapag siningin sa lahat ng kanyang pangakong patagal ng patagal. Kung di tayo kumbinsido, wag na natin
dahil
ahalal.
sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iabot sinong pinili. Bagang tinta ay humalik sa daliring siyang ginamit at nagturong na wala ay maibalik. Dapat tama
Sa isip at sa salita,
dapat tama
lalo-lalo na sa gawa.
Dapat
Sama-sama
tama.
natin ito ang mali. Ang bayan natin makabangon muli.
dapat tama
Sa isip at sa salita,
dapat tama
lalo-lalo na sa gawa. Sama-sama natin ito ang mali. Ang bayan natin makabangon muli.
dapat
Tama
tama
natin ang gabay, huwag na tayo magreklamo.
Mayroon akong panaginip.
Meron akong minimithing isang bansang taglay ang pangako ng
Kapayapaan at pag-asa. Dapat lang isipin at paghandaan ang halalan ng kinabukasan. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, makiisa at makibahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan. Saan mang dako ng Pilipinas, sari-saring kultura.
Isang ibig, isang awit, alaman sa ng bayan.
Dapat lang isipin at paghandaan ang halalan ng kinabukasan. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, makiisa at makibahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan. Pilipinas,
Ating dangal ay alagaan.
Pilipinas,
Maging tapat, huwag kalimutan. Oo, ingatan ng bayan.
Pilipinas kong mahal. Pilipinas, Pilipinas kong mahal. Pilipinas kong mahal. Pilipinas kong mahal. Pilipinas, kinabukasan ay nasa ating kamay. Makiisa at makiunay, at piliin mo ang tama para sa bansa. Pakinggan aming tinig. Pilipinas, iparinig ang ating tinig. Pilipinas, makiisa at makibahagi.
Tandaan tamang pagboto, gusto at tamang bilang.
Pilipinas, ingatan ng bayan. Pilipinas,
Ating dangal ay alagaan.
Pilipinas,
Maging tapat, huwag kalimutan. Oo, ingatan ng bayan.
dahil sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap ang iaabot, sinong pinili. Pag ang tinta ay umalik sa daliring, siyang ginamit at nagturong na wala ay maibalik. Dapat
Alam
tama.
natin ang tama, ba't di natin ginagawa? Paulit-ulit na lang na ito ang bagong simula. Simula ng simula, bakit walang natatapos? Atras sa bati, lagi kutkud ng swelas ng sapatos. Ilang beses na nga ako, ilang beses na ba ako? Ba't di natin subukan at tulungan at umako? Bumahagi sa bigat na matagal na natin pasan. Pag tayo'y nagsama-sama, lahat ay malalampasan. May mas maayos na bukas para sa ating mga anak. Ang unang hakbang ay piliin ang tamang nakatatak na pangalan sa balota. Huwag na tayong magpauto na sa atin ang kapangyarihan. Pag tayo ang kumibo, nagigigil mong itigil ang pagsisi sa sutil na nasa pwestong di ka nakilala. Kapag siningin sa lahat ng kanyang pangakong matagal ng matagal. Kung di tayo kumbinsido, huwag na natin
Dahil
ihalal.
sa dulo, bawal ang kakamot-kamot sa katanungan. Harap-harap.
Mas pinatindi. Lahat ng programa natin ay high definition ready. HD capable. Mas pinalawak. Directly streamed to more than 1 million plus Facebook followers. 1 million plus Facebook followers. Pinaastig. Tayo ay available sa maraming platforms. Sa Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter at TikTok. Kayo ay abot kahit saan sa Pilipinas, kahit saan sa mundo. Gamit ang internet. Public service without boundaries. Ito ang bagong Central Luzon Balita. Powered by IBS Media.
7,106 votes. Rafi Tulfo, 11,718,657 votes. Win Gatchalian, 10,511,221 votes. Cheese Escudero, Alright, ang bilis. Mas mabilis ang graphics natin kesa sa sarili ko. Well, Cheese Escudero was number 5. So we're gonna have to skip, no? Hindi ko na nabasa yung number 6 to 10, but number 11 and 12 are the brothers Ejercito, JV, and Jinggoy. Number 13 is Herbert Bautista, Jojo Binay, former vice president, 6,527,000 votes. So balikan po natin yung top 10, no? So kanina nabasa ko na Padilla, Legarda, Tulfo, Gatchalian, Escudero. Number 6, Mark Villar, the son, of course, of former Speaker Manny Villar. Manny Villar ran for president in 2010. And the Nationalista Party, by the way, has the 6th copy of the election return. Mark Villar has 9,702,505 votes. DPWH Secretary. Naku, ang bilis. Ganon. Kung ganong kabilis ang graphics, ganong kabilis ang bilangan ng boto sa Comlec Transparency Server. Anyway, sige, bilisan na lang din natin. So, JV Ejercito, number 11. Number 12, Jinggoy Estrada. Herbert Bautista, number 13. Binay, 14. 15, Gibo Teodoro. He ran in 2010 for president. Guillermo Eleazar in number 16. All right, number 1, Padilla, Legarda, Tulfo, Gatchalian, Escudero. Mark Villar, number 6. Alan Peter Cayetano, 9.5 million votes. Joel Villanueva, 9.53 million votes. Mig Zubiri, 9,191,041 votes. Risa Ontiveros, 8,012,822 votes. Let's go to number 11 and 12. Earlier, nakita po ninyo yung magkapatid na Ejercito Estrada, si JV, number 11, 7.9 million votes. Jinggoy Estrada, 7.2 million votes in number 12. I know some of you may be complaining, no? We will be reading the complete votes out in just a bit. Number 13, Herbert Bautista, 6,675,901 votes. Binay, 6,527,106 votes, followed by Teodoro Eleazar, Diokno Chel, Diokno, Harry Roque, and Greg Onasan. All right. So again, 8:17 p.m., Comlec Transparency Server ang basihan po nito. This is the senatorial race. Kanina ang sabi, 50% of the election returns are in. Robin Padilla, Lauren Legarda, Rafi Tulfo, Win Gatchalian, Cheese Escudero, etc. Hindi ko na mabasa. Number 11, JV Ejercito Estrada, Jinggoy Estrada, number 12. 13, Herbert Bautista. 14, Jojo Binay, Gibo Teodoro, 6.4 million. Balikan po natin ang presidential race. As of still 8:17. So Marcos, 15,339,878. Lenny Robredo, 7,288,834. Manny Pacquiao, 1,262,192. Isko Moreno Domagoso, 1,063,656. Ping Lacson, 505,265. They're followed by Faisal Mandato, Ernie Abelia, Leody de Guzman, Bert Gonzalez, Jose Montemayor Jr. Usap-usapan in the days leading up to the election, the surveys, no, whether it was Octa Research, Pulse Asia, Lilo, etc. All those surveys showing, in a way, showing these numbers. But we're going to get some analysts to talk to us about that. In the meantime, we're going to go very quickly to the vice presidential race as of 8:17 tonight. Sara Duterte, 14,973,051 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 4,632,451 votes. Tito Soto, 4,197,511 votes. Doc Willie Ong, 1,083,423. Lito Atienza, 106,280. They're followed by Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. Earlier, of course, Lito David had said that he was going to be supporting other candidates. This is the VP race. Earlier, you saw the presidential race and the senatorial race as of 8:17 tonight. This is all based on election returns that are coming in to the Comlec Transparency Server. This is live. This is real time. Just as you're seeing the votes, they're coming in very, very quickly. And it is only 8:50 tonight, just an hour and 15 minutes since a majority of the polls closed all around the country. Polls closed, of course, at 7 o'clock this evening. Although, yes, we have been receiving a lot of reports about problems with the VCMs and SD cards. Now, another thing that we're going to be looking out for is voter turnout. What is it going to be? Because in 2019, it was a midterm election, 81% ang voter turnout. Kanina, sinabi ni Dean Tony Lavinia na ang tingin niya mataas ang voter turnout ngayon, and in spite of the fact that we have a pandemic. We're also going to be looking at yung fill-up rate, yung tinatawag na fill-up rate for senators, no? Not everybody votes for 12 senators. Kadalasan daw in all, history has shown people usually just vote for 7 to 8 senators. At the same time, we're also going to looking at how the numbers right now, the votes right now are reflecting or not reflecting what the surveys have said in the last few months. We're going to be looking at local races also, whether they are for mayor or for congressman or for governor. We're also going to looking at Leni Robredo's numbers, because in 2016, when she ran for vice president, she had 14.4 million votes. That was 35% of the votes. BBM, of course, 14.15 million votes. And we need to see now, is she going to top that number? Is she going to go over the 14 million in this race for the presidency? We're also going to be looking at how these candidates did in their hometowns. For example, we look at BBM, no? How did he do in Ilocos Norte, Region 1, 2, and CAR or Cordillera, NCR? How did Leni do in Naga, Camarines Sur, in Bicol? How did Isko do in NCR, in the city of Manila? How did Ping Lacson do in Cavite, in Region 4A? In 2004, when Ping Lacson ran for president, he was number 1 in Cavite, his home province, with 347,000 plus votes. How did Manny Pacquiao do in General Santos City? Also, we're going to be waiting for other information that are going to be coming in. We'd like to find out more about what's going on in the local races. Tonight, dapat meron nang napoproklama doon sa mga local levels. Babalikan po natin itong as of 8:17 p.m. Based on the COMELEC transparency server, 15,339,878 votes for Bongbong Marcos and Leni Robredo, 7,288,834. Manny Pacquiao, 1,262,192. 1,063,656 for Isko Moreno, and Ping Lacson, 505,265. They're followed by Mangundato, Abelia de Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. This is as of 8:17 this evening, about 40 minutes ago. We're expecting newer numbers in just a bit. Now, CNN Philippines, your most trusted destination for live, up-to-the-minute, and in-depth coverage of today's very historic vote. Stay tuned. Be right back. You're watching the CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes 2022 election night. It is 9 o'clock in the evening, 2 hours after the polls have closed in most of the precincts nationwide. This is the latest result as of 8:32 p.m. That's about 28 minutes ago. This is based on results from the COMELEC transparency server. Marcos has 17,541,799 votes. Leni Robredo has 8,311,501 votes. Manny Pacquiao, 1,486,592. Isko Moreno, 1,188,776 votes. Ping Lacson, 567,761. They're followed by Faisal Mangundato, Ernie Abella, Leody de Guzman, Bert Gonzalez, and Jose Montemayor Jr. In the vice presidential race, as of 8:32 p.m. also, again, based on the COMELEC transparency server, this is live, real-time numbers. Sara Duterte has 17,155,745 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 5,276,161 votes. Tito Soto, 4,783,190 votes. Willie Ong, 1,209,536 votes. Lito Atienza has 123,410 votes, followed by Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. We're going to go now to Rex Remito. He's standing by live in the BBM Sara Duterte headquarters here in Mandaluyong. Rex, what is going on there?
Well, the Marcos camp says they have received reports that the votes of some of their supporters were allegedly credited to his rival Vice President Leni Robredo. They have yet to be verified, however, if these were intentional or due to human error. The camp said a supporter in Narvacan, Ilocos Sur, voted Marcos for president on his ballot. But after inserting his ballot through the vote counting machine, it was supposedly credited to Robredo, as allegedly shown by the printed receipt.
Rex? Rex?
Well, yes, Pia.
Yeah. Well, meron ba silang reaction, no? Because the COMELEC transparency server is showing BBM with 17.5 million votes and Leni Robredo trailing with 8.3 million. May sinabi na ba sila about this?
Well, so far they have yet to release a statement, but a while ago, Attorney Rodriguez has said that they're closely monitoring the transmission of results from the precinct level, and they're also saying that they're taking everything with, quote, guarded optimism. And Rodriguez also believes that the high turnout has benefited Marcos. Pia.
All right. So, like you said, no, they haven't released the statement and guarded optimism, but what is the mood like there? Because I can see behind you, there's a glass door, so you can see through it. What are they doing? You know, what are their facial expressions? What do they, you know, ano yung mood?
Well, so far, this is the area designated for the media covering the Marcos campaign. They also have a transparency, some results from the transparency server, and so far everything is on. As Marcos said, all hands on deck, and they're not taking anything and everything for granted. And Marcos has also repeatedly said that hindi kami matutulog, or they will not sleep because of what happened in 2016. He's always been saying that he was cheated, although the Supreme Court has junked his electoral protest unanimously by the justices. So so far, that's what's going on here at the Marcos Camp headquarters in Mandaluyong.
Yeah, that's interesting, Rex. You know, you describe it as guarded optimism and hindi sila matutulog. And this is a 9 million vote lead over his closest rival.
Well, Rodriguez has been saying that they have learned their lessons from the 2016 elections. At this time, Marcos was leading by then, although a smaller margin. But since he was suddenly defeated at the end of the canvassing of votes, that's why they will make sure that every vote is counted until the end. Yeah.
Well, that's why also what we want to do is find out where these votes are coming from. No? So apart from reporting these big numbers, we want to know saan galing itong mga election returns na ito. No? Because COMELEC is saying that 42% of the ERs are in already, pero hindi pa natin alam saan ba talaga nanggagaling itong mga to. Para, so that things can get clear. Anyway, Rex and Media, they're reporting from the BBM Sara Duterte headquarters in Mandaluyong. We are still trying to contact Attorney Vic Rodriguez, who is spokesman for Senator Marcos. Although Rex did quote Vic, who said that this is all they view this with guarded optimism at hindi sila matutulog, and they're just waiting for things to unfold. But like we said earlier, this is a 9 million vote lead this early. Just 2 hours after the polls closed. Yes, I did already say that we are trying to speak to Vic Rodriguez, spokesperson for the Marcos camp. Now, again, what we have right now are the results as of 8:32 in the evening, and these are the election returns that have been transmitted to the COMELEC transparency server, and Marcos is in the lead with 17.5 million, or let me read out the entire vote count, 17,541,799 votes. Leni Robredo has 8,311,501 votes. Pacquiao, 1,486,592. Isko Moreno, 1,188,776. Ping Lacson, 567,761. They're followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. We do have the vice presidential numbers also. This is, of course, a partial unofficial COMELEC tally. Again, like we said, and it's very clear up there, COMELEC transparency server ang basis po natin dito. The vice presidential race, it is still Sara Duterte in the lead with 17,155,745 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 5,276,161, about 12 million votes behind. Tito Soto, 4,783,190 votes. Doc Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David follow. Anjo Limario is standing by live in Naga, the home base of Vice President Leni Robredo. Let's see what the mood is like there. Anjo, can you hear me? Anjo?
Hi, Pia. Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
All right. So what's going on there? They can see the numbers, right? A 9 million vote lead of BBM over Leni.
That's right, Pia. And of course, it's interesting to find out where is Robredo right now. And of course, as far as we know, she's still at her house in Magarao. That's a 20-minute drive from here in Naga City. And we're actually here at the media center, of course, monitoring developments tonight. And we're told that her spokesperson, Barry Gutierrez, will be here to accommodate questions from the media. But the initial information that we have is that we don't expect any briefing tonight, but how things are unfolding tonight, of course, that will ultimately change tonight. So we're still waiting any official word or statement from Leni Robredo's camp with this development, with more than 50% of votes coming in. Again, we don't have any official word or statement yet from Robredo's camp. And of course, earlier, when she voted in Magarao, she had to wait in line for 2 hours just to cast her ballot at Karangkang Elementary School in Magarao. No special treatment was given to her. Instead, she joined fellow voters who patiently waited in line. And after voting, Robredo said she was happy that the campaign period is over and that she was given the opportunity to do what she had to do without resorting to dirty tactics. And it was a long, exhausting 90-day campaign journey for Robredo and running mate Senator Kiko Pangilinan. And as Robredo said, she gave it her all. She tried to visit as many places as possible, making her one of the busiest presidential bets. And she said she's proud that they've achieved so much more than they expected during the campaign. Now, on the reports earlier of malfunctioning vote counting machines and election-related violence, Robredo says this is disturbing. However, she pointed out that the integrity of the elections shouldn't be tainted with these incidents, but she issued an appeal to authorities that they should show that they are on top of the situation. Now, for her part, the Comelec has put up, or Robredo's camp has put up a hotline for all types of complaints. Her lawyers are on standby. Now, after voting Pia earlier, Robredo's back to her normal life, to her normal routine. She and her daughters had kinalas for lunch, and they even proceeded to Amang Hinulid to pray. She went there to the same chapel when she made the life-changing decision to run for president. Again, Pia, we're still waiting for official word or statement from Robredo herself or from her spokesperson, Attorney Barry Gutierrez, with this development. Of course, more than 50% of votes coming in, Pia.
Yeah, Anjo, as a matter of fact, while you're still joining us live, we have the latest numbers as of 8:47 p.m. and this is 18.9 million votes for BBM, and Lenny has 8.9 million. More clearly, 8,979,607 votes. And I'm sure, Anjo, yung mga tao ni Lenny sa kampanya, tinitingnan nila, no, saan galing mga boto. Hindi lang saan galing mga boto, pero saan pa pwedeng manggaling ang iba pang boto na kakailanganin niya kung mananalo siya dito, para lang manalo siya dito. Anyway, Anjo Limari will get back to you when there is a word from the Lenny campaign. By the way, a while ago, so we're showing it to you right now, no, as of 8:47 p.m. Again, this is from the Comelec Transparency Server. Comelec numbers na po ito, live in real time. 18,975,119 votes for BBM. In 2016, nung tumakbo si Digong, si President Duterte, 16.6 million votes, and he got 39.02% of the vote at the time. So far, this is the highest number of votes, and hindi pa po tayo tapos sa bilangan. This is the highest number of votes so far for a president, for a presidential candidate. Now, as you can see on your screens, of course, after Lenny Robredo, number 2, Manny Pacquiao is number 3, followed by Isko Moreno and Ping Lacson, and the rest follow. This is the VP race as of 8:47 p.m. 18,588,524 votes for Sara Duterte. 13 million votes are so behind si Kiko Pangilinan, Lenny's running mate, with 5,696,594 votes. Tito Soto, 5,160,984 votes. They're followed by Doc Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. Mamaya pala, around 12 midnight or so, we're going to have Edwin Lasherdic here. Last Friday, he was on the show on news.ph, and he was explaining to us the numbers na kakailanganin, how much BBM has to get para siya ang manalo presidente. And then, we were comparing numbers. He will be here later, and pag-uusapan natin ito, no? How much percentage of the votes ang makukuha ni Marcos. But you can see the VP race up on your screens. And now we're showing you the senatorial race. Robin Padilla is number 1 with 15,505,086 votes. Lauren Legarda, number 2, 15,043,375 votes. Raffy Tulfo, 14,420,355 votes. They're followed by Gatchalian, Escudero, Villar, Cayetano, Villanueva, Zubiri, Ontiveros. On to number 11 and 12, and I think it's still, yes, the Estrada Ejercito brothers, JV and Jinggoy at number 11 and 12. Herbert Bautista, number 13. Jojo Binay, former vice president, At number 14, Gibo Teodoro, former defense secretary to former President Gloria Arroyo. At number 15, he ran for president in 2010, by the way, of course, didn't make it, 7.9 million votes. Followed by Eleazar, Harry Roque, Chel Diokno, Greg Onasan, and Larry Gadon. Again, yeah, all right, this is still the senatorial race. And number one is actor and entertainer Robin Padilla, followed by Legarda, Tulfo, Gatchalian, Escudero, Villar, Cayetano, Villanueva, Zubiri, Ontiveros, and the Ejercito Estrada brothers, Jinggoy and JV. Number 13 is Herbert Bautista. Of course, the rankings will change. Things are still fluid, but like we said, this is about 50% of the election returns that are being reported. This is as of 8:47 in the evening. Again, we're showing you the presidential race numbers: 18,975,119 votes for Bongbong Marcos. And he did this even without attending any of the debates except for the SMNI debates. He gave very few interviews, did not give in to requests for so-called ambush interviews with Marcos campaign beat reporters. Lenny Robredo is about 9 million votes behind him with 8,979,607 votes. She did say back in January when I interviewed her, I asked her if she wanted BBM disqualified or if she wanted to beat him in an election. And she said, and I quote, "Mas gusto ko na talunin ko siya sa eleksyon." Now, number 3, Manny Pacquiao. 4, Isko Moreno. Number 5, Ping Lacson. And then they're followed by Mangondato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. All right, we're also waiting for Comelec to tell us. Well, it may take a while, no, para malaman natin kung ano ba yung turnout. That's very important because in 2019, turnout was 81%. In 2016, 84% or so. But this will be interesting to find out because we are in the middle of a pandemic. At the same time, there's a lot of interest, very, very intense interest in this election. And, a lot of tension, a lot of conflict also. And many of you who are watching know this in a very personal way because you've been unfriended or you've unfriended someone or you're not speaking to someone anymore because he or she decided to vote or campaign for another candidate that you don't agree with. And this has become this is not just a political exercise. This has become a very personal exercise. And we're seeing the numbers from this exercise on your screens. As of 8:47 p.m., again, Comelec Transparency Server numbers. This is about 50% of election returns, as we're told by Comelec. 18,975,119 votes for Marcos. Robredo has 8,979,607 votes. Pacquiao has 1,639,535 votes. They're followed by Moreno, Lacson, Mangondato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. Now, these numbers are coming from Comelec, and we wanted to bring in our Comelec reporter, Melissa Lopez, to tell us more. Mel?
Pia, that's right. Voting has closed for the 106,174 voting precincts nationwide. And yes, as you were saying earlier, Comelec is expecting this could be another record year for a voting turnout, considering the crowds, the long lines, the very long lines we saw for most of the day. Now, amid mounting complaints about faulty vote counting machines across precincts, Comelec counts a little over 500 machines were defective, and more than 100 of these have been repaired. Now, Comelec acknowledges that voters have the right to decide to wait, to stay in their precincts, and want to see personally that they feed their accomplished ballots to the machine. But as earlier told, Comelec would also advise them against it because it's also a concern regarding social distancing. Masyadong napupuno ang mga presinto, and it's also a cause for concern because we are still in the middle of a pandemic. Now, still, Comelec says the derailment is minimal. The 533 vote counting machines, which conked out earlier today, is just 0.5% of the total. Now, there was no extension of voting hours as well, although COMELEC acting spokesperson Rex Laudianco says all voters who made it to the voting centers before the clock struck 7 o'clock can cast their ballots, even it's beyond the official voting hours. So now it's been about over 2 hours. So most of those who are still in line when the voting closed probably is finishing their shading their ballots and feeding them into the machines. The focus now shifts to transmission and canvassing of results. Just before we went to air, the COMELEC's transmission results tracker shows we have passed the 60% mark in terms of election returns. And overseas votes are also trickling in as well, according to the COMELEC's website. As you can see, the transparency server is picking up quite fast, and that also matches the pace of transmission that we've seen over the past 2 hours. Pia.
All right, Melissa Lopez there reporting from the COMELEC. Vic Rodriguez, spokesperson of Senator Bongbong Marcos, is ready on Zoom. He's on Zoom. Hi, Attorney Vic.
Hi, Pia. Good evening. Good evening to all your viewers, and thank you for your inviting me.
Yes, okay. Attorney Vic, are you in the Mandaluyong headquarters?
Yes, I am. Pia, nandito ako nagmo-monitor ng ginagawang partial and unofficial transmission of election results.
Yes, before we talk about those results showing former Senator Marcos with a very big lead, I just wanted to ask, where is he? Is he there right now in HQ, or is he at home?
No, he is somewhere in NCR, Pia, monitoring also itong nagaganap na bilangan.
Mm-hmm. What has he said so far?
Wala, nagmo-monitor lang at yun nga, inaantabayanan. As for your reporter, 60% of the clustered precincts ang natatransmit na. So we're hoping that the transparency server, the transmission will pick up further para sabay sila nung COMELEC central server.
As of 8:47 p.m., Attorney Vic, 18.9 million ang boto na ni BBM. And Leni Robredo is trailing him, as we can see, with about 8.9 million votes. Kanina, sabi ni Rex Remitio, who was reporting from outside, just outside your HQ, na hindi daw muna kayo matutulog dahil medyo naalala ninyo yung nangyari noong 2016. At the same time, there is guarded optimism. Is this accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate, Pia. We're still on guarded optimism. At hindi rin naman kami magpapahinga hanggat hindi na stabilize itong ginagawang transmission of the election results from the precinct level. And umaasa kami na magtutuloy-tuloy itong ganitong resulta.
Is Senator Marcos going to be making a statement or holding a press conference, or kahit magsalita lang siya tonight? It's only 9:23 in the evening. Are we going to hear from him tonight?
Hindi pa namin napapag-usapan. Inaantay pa natin na umangat pa nga itong porsyento ng mga clustered precincts transmitted, at nakamonitor din naman si Presidential Frontrunner Bongbong Marcos dito sa nagaganap na bilangan.
Even if you are viewing this all with guarded optimism, Attorney Vic, are you and your principal confident of victory?
We have always been confident of what we're doing, but yun nga, we are never complacent at walang kasiguruhan ito dahil ang kabilin-bilinan mismo ni Bongbong Marcos is let us not look beyond May 9. And we are still in May 9 at although very encouraging yung mga transmisyong nagaganap, we are under express instruction from him not to lose our focus, magbantay tayo, at let's not look beyond May 9.
So far the votes 18.9 million. Kanina ang sabi ko na nga, I wanted to know where all these votes are coming from, no? Because this is just like one number. We wanted to see saang mga ERs ito, saang mga presinto ito, what provinces, what cities, what municipalities. Do you have any idea? Do you have any reports from the field or on the ground to show that?
multiple na yung pumapasok eh. May Abra, may Quezon, may Eastern Samar, may Northern Samar. So tuloy-tuloy din at tinitingnan din naman namin yung if there will be a drill down on saan galing yung mga botong pumapasok. Not just for presidential frontrunner Bongbong Marcos, but for all other candidates. So we can have rather a better analysis of what's happening and the progress of the transmission.
Attorney Vic, while we are speaking to you, we're showing you, we are showing the viewers, no, and to you also. I hope you can see this. As of 9:02 p.m., these are the latest numbers. Your principal, Bongbong Marcos, has 20,084,651 votes. Lenny Robredo is 9,492,702 votes. Manny Pacquiao, 1,766,290 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,330,008 votes. Ping Lacson, 636,590 votes, followed by Mangundato, Abelia de Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. What can you say now, Attorney Vic? 20 million votes, about 11 million or so, no, a little less than 11 million votes ahead of Lenny Robredo.
Well, as we have all been saying, it's not over till it's over, Pia. And antayin pa natin ng kaunti siguro. At sana magtuloy-tuloy yung ganitong resulta.
What is Senator Marcos going to do when the numbers get even clearer? It is 9:26 in the evening. In about an hour or an hour and a half or so, we expect that mas malaki pa tong numero nito. What is he going to do next?
We will still have to talk about what to do next. Again, we are looking at the percentage of the transmission that's happening now. And it all depends on the amount, or rather the figure transmitted at kung gaano na itong mga numerong naka-flash ngayon sa inyong screen, Pia.
Can you give us more information? You know, I know you said that nasa May 9 pa lang kayo, no? Well, it is still May 9. It's just that it just feels like a very, very long day for the entire country, no? But moving forward, because, for example, no, your campaign theme is unity, no? Moving forward, if these numbers hold and if in the end he is the winner, what is going to happen next?
We have to wait, Pia. I know you understand. And yun lang, we have to wait some more. And for the moment, I hope you will excuse us if we will try to decline answering hypothetical question at the moment.
All right, sige, antayin na lang din natin, Attorney Vic, no, when Senator Marcos decides to hold a press conference or make a statement. I'm sure we will hear from him tonight or tomorrow morning. Maraming salamat po sa inyo, Attorney Vic Rodriguez, spokesman for Bongbong Marcos and the BBM Sara Duterte campaign. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Pia, and good evening.
All right. That was Attorney Vic Rodriguez, again, reiterating what Rex Amicho had said earlier, guarded optimism. Ang sabi niya, nasa May 9 pa rin sila, and they don't want to think about what's going to happen next. They'd like to wait. Saying that this isn't over until it's over. But the numbers are showing a clear lead by BBM with 20 plus million votes, way ahead of Lenny Robredo, who has 9.4 million votes. And we can see Manny Pacquiao is coming in a far third after Lenny with 1.7 million votes. Isko Moreno has 1.3 million votes. Ping Lacson, 636,000 plus votes. And then they're followed by Mangundato, Abelia de Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. Now, the vice presidential race, Sara Duterte, number one, still. I think we're going to bring up those numbers in just a bit. She has 19,706,564 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 6,070,896 votes. Tito Soto, 5,450,787. Followed by Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. So a while ago, we were talking to Vic Rodriguez. He said also that BBM is somewhere in NCR and he's just watching the results. Kanina, kausap din natin si Anjo at ni Mario. Sabi ni Anjo in Naga na si Lenny Robredo nasa bahay niya sa Magarao sa Camarines Sur. We're also trying to track all the other candidates because on election night, you know, there is such a thing as concessions, no? The candidates, and when, of course, when the numbers are much clearer, the candidates who are lagging in the rankings will eventually be conceding. So we're going to be magbabantay po tayo doon, no? There will be some movement in that regard. If not tonight, late tonight, perhaps early tomorrow morning. So again, we're showing you the latest figures as of 9:02 in the evening. That is just about 28 minutes ago. We've shown you the presidential and VP races. Let's look at the senatorial race. Number one pa rin, si Robin Padilla, 16.4 million votes. Lauren Legarda, number two. Tulfo, 15.2 million votes at number three. Number four, Gatchalian. Number five, Escudero. 6, Villar. Cayetano, 7. Number 8, Villanueva. Number 9, Zubiri. Number 10, Ontiveros. And number 11 and 12, I think it's still, the Ejercito Estrada brothers, JV and Jinggoy. Still Herbert Bautista in number 13. Giorgio Binay, former vice president, 8.5 million votes at number 14. Gilbert Teodoro, 8.3 million votes. At a certain point in time, I don't know if you guys remember this, yun ang pinag-uusapan ay Sara Duterte, Gibo Teodoro tandem. General Guillermo Eleazar, former PNP chief, with 7.7 million votes at number 16, followed by all the others in this senatorial race. Again, this is as of 9:02 p.m. live real-time numbers. Comlec is saying that they have in their server 42.83% of election returns. With guarded optimism, of course, like Attorney Vic was saying, because anything can still happen. Marami pang pwedeng mangyari. Something could change. We really never know. But these are the latest numbers, and the leads are quite wide, quite big, quite huge between BBM and Lenny Robredo and Sara Duterte and Kiko Pangilinan. Now, again, these are the latest numbers as of 9:02 p.m. They're coming in, hindi talaga trickles. No, it's like a tsunami, like a tidal wave of election return results. And this is how quickly things are going in this presidential and VP race, this race for national positions. So again, as of 9:02 p.m., 20,084,651 votes for Marcos at number one. For Robredo, 9,492,702 votes at number two. For Manny Pacquiao, 1,766,290 votes. And then followed by Moreno, Lacson, Mandato, Abella, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. We are also, we were expecting that the PPCRV count would come up first before Comlec started reporting out these numbers, but there's been a little bit of a different experience. We have on the line now senatorial candidate JV Ejercito. JV, hi, Senator JV, hi.
Yes, hi, Pia. Good evening to everyone, to
Okay.
the viewers of
JV, what we're showing you, Comlec Transparency Server numbers, no? You are number 11 so far, followed by your half-brother Jinggoy at number 12. Your thoughts on this?
Well, you know, Pia, from the very start, because of the circumstances I'm in, it was really an uphill battle, no? From the start, I knew that it's going to be a difficult campaign because I'm campaigning alone most of the time. I'm running as an independent. I don't have a big crowd, just like the other candidates in the main presidential teams. Also, I lack funds because I just ran in 2019. And, you know, I'm also running simultaneously with my brother. But, Pia, given the circumstances, I'm still thankful that I'm in the winning circle. I think it's a sort of a miracle, no? That I made it this far, given the situation that I'm in.
JV, sir, right now you're number 11, pero we all know, di ba, pag number 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, parang minsan nagpapalit pa ng pwesto, hindi ba? So there
Yes,
is that danger, no, na baka biglang mag-drop ka or something. Ano bang mangyari dito?
Well, I don't know. I'm just praying. Kapit lang. But we've been monitoring. I have a comfortable lead to the number 13. So, and I'm only a few thousands behind number 10. So, I'm hoping that the ranking will improve so that I'll have peace of mind. So, yeah, I think I'm very optimistic that I have a good chance of making it this time.
So wala ka pang peace of mind at this moment, ano?
Oh, yes, definitely. Bawal nga matulog daw eh.
Oo nga eh. Well, yan din ang sabi ni Attorney Vic kanina, no, kausap ko. You know, if both you and Jinggoy make it, no, what's it gonna be like? Mag-uusap ba kayo? Magpapansinan ba kayo sa Senado?
We'll see. How it goes, no? What is more important, more than the sibling, this issue of sibling rivalry, I have a mission to fulfill. That is to pick up where I left off. Yeah, I really want to oversee and prioritize yung universal healthcare law, no? So that it will be implemented properly. So that is really my main goal. And the others that I have also, the other issues, no, that I have started. I hope to continue what I have started during my term as senator.
Health, most important issue to you, but you did also mention sibling rivalry. Speaking of siblings, no, if Alan makes it, Alan Cayetano, and he is number 7 right now, as the number show, no, as of 9:02 p.m. His sister Pia is there. If Mark Villar makes it, his mother Cynthia is there in the Senate also. Ang daming mga you know, family. Relatives, no, na magsasama-sama doon sa Senado. What kind of a message does this send to people, no, that you have relatives, very close relatives, occupying Senate posts, seats in the Senate?
Well, actually, Pia, you know, I really had second thoughts of running, no, for this election, because I really am. I supported anti-political dynasty when it was proposed, although it didn't make it, kasi medyo nakakahiya din talaga eh. But Pia, I weighed, no, I weighed everything. I think I still have a mission to fulfill, more than the family issue. I think I just have to fulfill. I just have to finish it. As the principal author of landmark legislation, that Universal Healthcare Law and Department of Human Settlements, the wisdom of the principal sponsor will be very helpful, especially in these early stages of implementation. So I think more than the family or the dynasty issue, I gave importance and gave weight more to the job that has to be done.
Okay, but of course, you know, everybody thinks of that, no, when they see the Senate race, because nga, well, all these you know, blood ties. But anyway, okay. So Senator JV, kanina sabi mo hindi ka matutulog. Talaga bang hindi ka matutulog? You're going to wait for the...
Because during 2019, when I was in the top 12, when I slept, when I woke up, I was already out of the winning circle. So I'm not going to sleep anymore tonight. I learned my lessons already.
Okay, sige. All right, thank you so much, former Senator and Senatorial candidate JV Ejercito. Like we were saying, he is number 12 so far in this senatorial race as of 9:02 p.m. Based on results from the COMELEC Transparency Server, his half-brother Jinggoy is at number 12. We have still the same numbers at 9:02 p.m. As of 9:02 p.m. As you can see, the senatorial race. I won't read the votes anymore, pero basahin ko na rin yung mga pangalan. Number 1, Padilla. 2, Legarda. 3, Tulfo. 4, Gatchalian. 5, Escudero. 6, Villar. 7, Cayetano. 8, Villanueva. Zubiri. 9, Ontiveros. 10, and 11 and 12, as we were explaining a while ago, the brothers Ejercito Estrada, Jinggoy, and JV. Number 3 is about 13, Herbert Bautista, and so on. We're going to have to take a very quick break. Our election night coverage continues when we return. Stay with us.
mas pinatindi. Lahat ng programa natin ay high definition ready. HD capable. Mas pinalawak. Directly streamed to more than 1 million plus Facebook followers. 1 million plus Facebook followers. Pinaastig. Tayo ay available sa maraming platforms. Sa Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter at TikTok. Kayo ay abot kahit saan sa Pilipinas, kahit saan sa mundo. Gamit ang internet. Public service without boundaries. Ito ang bagong Central Luzon Balita. Powered by IBS Media. IBS Media. 25 years in public service. Connecting both traditional and digital. IBS Media. We are engaged in radio, television, talent and events management, public relations, social, digital media, and news service. We are the IBS Media Group. IBS Media Group.
This is election night on CNN Philippines. Special coverage, the day the Filipino votes, May 9, 2022. We have the latest partial unofficial COMELEC tally as of 9:17 p.m. That is just about 30 minutes or so ago. 20,978,083 votes for Marcos. Robredo has 9,921,820. Manny Pacquiao, 1,879,407. Isko Moreno, 1,378,744. Ping Lacson, 660,178. Followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. We're going to go through the VP race also. Sara Duterte in number 1. Are we showing the VP race now or mamaya na lang? Or pag-usapan na muna natin itong presidential race with our longtime political analyst, Richard Hidarin. Hi, Richard.
Hello, surprise, surprise. My co-anchor.
Ngiting-ngiti ka ngayon. What's the smile for?
Preparation is a good thing. I think our discussions over the past 2 months were, preparation. Yeah.
Preparation, leading to this point.
Not to be surprised by what I believe was not totally surprising, right? I mean, Marcos already beat his own record, was barely 14 million back in 2016. I think the question for me is if Lenny is an upward trajectory, if she has a political future, I think the best thing she can do today is to at least beat her 14 million to make sure she's holding on.
Yeah, 14 million in 2016.
2016 and probably expanding her base. So I think those are the things I'm watching out. But I think the trajectory is pretty clear. And we're seeing a lot of overlap, not only between this and the surveys, but also numbers that Sara and Bongbong Marcos are getting. It's like almost the same people are voting for both. So it seems the unit team has been really crystallized throughout the past months or so. But it seems the VP race is even more lopsided if you look at it. So even though Marcos has slightly more votes than Sara, Sara even has more.
She's so way ahead of.
Yes. And I attended 2 meeting de avances. If I only had helicopters, I would have attended all
Which
of them.
ones? So Lenny's?
Lenny's and Marcos. So I was able to attend both. And no offense to anyone, but when Sara was coming out, the cheer she was getting, the excitement was really something else, right? So I think really Sara Duterte is the linchpin of the incoming order and administration.
What incoming order?
I mean, because I think a Sara Marcos tandem, if ever that becomes, I think it's a harbinger of a totally new order, new political order, including potentially a new constitution, which brings me to the Senate race, because I think the breakout star is Robin Padilla. The good thing is finally we'll have, after a long time, a Muslim, a person of Muslim persuasion in the Senate. I think that's a good thing for the pluralism. I know that Senatoriable Padilla is very strong on the issue of federalism. We have had exchanges on Facebook back in the day. He tagged me and all. So
you're friends now, okay?
Maybe. I mean, let's see how well he does. But so I think that's a surprising. But Pia, I'm not totally surprised with the relatively surprising result with the Senate, because in 2016, no one also saw Villanueva doing so well in 2016. I think a lot of us were surprised by that. And now I think Robin Padilla is doing what Villanueva did back in 2016, doing very well in this race. And if you look at it so far, as we projected months ago, it looks like Riza Ontiveros is the most competitive candidate as far as the opposition is concerned. And what's interesting is Riza Ontiveros is actually the more progressive candidate compared to other opposition candidates. So probably that says also something about the lay of the land. People want something more radical, whether to the right or to the left of the political spectrum. And then, you see, the Senate race matters a lot, because if the administration does so well, they might just have, Pia, the 2/3 majority they will need to push ahead with constitutional change within a short-term or medium-term horizon. Duterte...
Something every administration after Marcos
has tried but failed. But this time they're starting very, very strong, right? I don't think Duterte started this strong in 2016. And by the 2019, when he did very well, a lot of administration bets were actually more independent-leaning. This time could be quite different, I think.
Okay, Richard, you're so way ahead, no? But let's go back muna sa presidential race. No, it's okay. No, you didn't ruin it. There's no script.
I'm kidding. No. I'm in the flow.
Wait, so yung 14 million votes ni Lenny, 2016, 14.4 million. 14,418,817. And we're looking at her number sales is 9.9 million. And you were saying it's so important that she breaks the 14.4
I think so, yeah.
Because if she doesn't, then that means now, where did the base go, di ba?
Right, that means...
Where are her voters?
Right.
And which brings me to my next question, corollary question, because a lot of Lenny supporters were saying, no, we're going to win this. And it shows in the rallies. So you had like, 750,000 people in Makati last Friday. Every rally, it's a happy, noisy, big rally, But then you juxtapose that against the surveys, which are, I don't know, well, yeah, it's early now, but you can see it here, no, in
They're
the results.
sinking a bit, yeah.
Yeah, so paano?
Well, clearly, from what we see, again, please don't.
Please don't what?
You know what? Just the messenger here, right?
Don't shoot
it
me.
It looks like Marcos has a wide base, but perhaps not so enthusiastic about him. I mean, it's a wide net. A lot of that, I would say 60% of that is really Sara Duterte base. While in the case of Leni, she might have a narrower base, but much more enthusiastic base. So one is strong on the y-axis, another stronger on the x-axis, right? One has a wider base of support, one has a more enthusiastic but narrower base of support. I'm not saying singing to the choir is what happened with the rallies. Clearly, the fact that Leni is going closer to what she achieved in 2016 shows that perhaps the disinformation campaign against her, I mean, there's so many studies shows that she's the biggest victim of disinformation. I don't think you even need to see the studies. Just go online and see what kind of negative campaigns she has been facing over the years. It shows resilience to a certain degree, but resilience is not enough. You have to go beyond that. So I think it's important for her to show that she can not only hold on to what she earned in 2016, but if potentially she can expand that. And as I said, the plan B always for opposition was margins game, right? And margins matter. It's not just winning or losing, because that is also about morale. That's also about momentum. What happens the day after, right? Now, we may have a president. We'll have a president soon, but we're not going to have a king. We're still a democracy. There still has to be checks and balances. And if not within the government, there should be checks and balances in terms of an opposition movement, right? So I think Leni has to have enough success tonight, in whichever form, to be able to say that hindi pa tapos ang laban, tuloy-tuloy ito.
And the enough success tonight should be shown in the 14.4 million
I think
plus.
It really helps if she goes beyond what she gained in 2016. That shows resilience and potential to expand. If significantly lower than that, I don't think it's going to send the right signals in terms of her future as a potential leader of the opposition.
Richard, this is about 42.83%. Tama ba? Are we right? I'm asking the producers of the ER's precincts reported.
Shouldn't this be more? I think
it's more na, no?
Yeah, but 43%, 15 million na si Marcos eh. So
yeah, okay. So with that, is this it? This is it na ba? Ito na yon, di ba?
I mean, the race for presidency and vice presidency seem to be less competitive, right? I think the Senate, we should wait a bit, right? Number 8 to 12. Who tops it matters, because generally the people who top the Senate race tend to aim for higher. Mar Rojas, Grace Po, etc. I know I'm not answering your question directly, but I'm waiting a bit because I don't want to be accused of calling this too early, but the gap is pretty big. And remember, this is parallel transmission, right? It's not sequential. So it's not like your barangay went first, then my barangay, right? So because it's a parallel transmission, I think some camps are going to be far more confident now. But, as Vic Rodriguez said, nothing is done until it's done, right? So I'm going to go with the same line there.
Okay. Sandali lang. Stand by. Richard Darian, who's still here at the studio with us. We're going to go to Davao, where David Santos is standing by. Pinag-uusapan din kasi natin dito, Sara Duterte. Well, how good her numbers are. David?
Well, Pia, Sara Duterte is describing herself to be a, quote, loyal and supportive vice president to Bongbong Marcos in the event they both win in these elections. While speaking to reporters after casting her vote here in Davao City earlier today, she also plans to bring the office of the vice president closer to the Filipino people by setting up regional offices nationwide. This was her response to a question whether she will be based in Davao City in case she gets elected. The 43-year-old Davao City mayor and advocate of decentralizing national governance away from the nation's capital points out that national offices like the office of the vice president need to be more accessible to constituents in the regions. When asked on her choice of a cabinet portfolio under a potential Bongbong Marcos presidency, Mayor Sara insists that this is something they have yet to discuss. Now, for now, she says her focus is on monitoring the outcome of the elections, making sure the votes are counted correctly and accurately, and to meet with her volunteer groups to thank them for their support. She's expected to fly to Manila on Tuesday to hold a series of Thanksgiving gatherings with her supporters. Pia.
David Santos there, reporting from Davao. We're going to go back to you, David, when things get a little bit more exciting as the night wears on. And like we showed, Sara Duterte, of course, leading the VP race based on the Comic Transparency Survey results. Richard Adaran is still here with us, but we have the latest numbers as of 9:30 tonight. Do we have them? Can we show them?
Oh yeah, that's 8:47. Yeah.
21,725,982 votes for Marcos, 10,282,280 votes for Lenny. Richard, no, she's inching closer sana to the 14M.
Yep.
Manny Pacquiao, 234. Isko Moreno, 1,418,809. Ping Lacson, 679,229, followed by Mangundato, Abelia de Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. Richard, I want to ask you kanina, di ba? So you have Marcos with 21.7 million votes, 11 million or so votes, way ahead of Lenny Robredo, mounting that huge lead. And syempre, you know, some people would say, baka naman may pag-asa pa, baka may milagro, baka makahabol. And I'm not even referring to the UP Ateneo game
I don't want to
on
go
Sunday.
there.
Let's not
I
go
don't wanna
there.
go there.
Yeah, but you know, some people, especially the Lenny supporters, are
Right.
hoping against hope. You know, they said, you know, there could be a miracle. You know, all these prayers, all these rallies, you know, these really happy big rallies. Also, tomorrow we're expecting that decision from the Comlec and Bank, no, for the DQ case
Three
of
decisions.
Marcos.
Yeah,
Oh,
three
paano yun?
cases. Yep. Well, I mean, one thing you can look at is the L2L corridor, Lingayen to Lucena and Cebu. If we can have a geographic breakdown, perhaps we'll have some ideas kung pwede pa siyang humabol. Because it seems...
Lingayen.
Lingayen. Because it's...
Lingayen.
Lingayen. Okay, sorry about my stress. It's not that. Sorry, Ilocano. Okay.
Oh, no.
Now I'm gonna play.
Ilocano,
I'm dead. Now you're playing your Ilocano card. Okay. No, so I think that L2L corridor plus Cebu, that's something I want to watch because I think Lenny has still some chance to expand there. But the gap is just so big. And we're talking about ratio here, 2-to-1 ratio almost. And the other thing, remember, Duterte got 16 million. I mean, at this point, Marcos is even way higher than Duterte, right? Which tells you the trajectory of this whole strongman populist kind of ideology that is taking hold in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Sara Duterte is also doing way better than her dad, right? So I think that's also something to keep in mind because everyone's talking about Duterte as a landslide winner in 2016, but this is looking even more decisive,
than a landslide.
right? More decisive.
Yeah.
So I think that also matters, and that's something that we have to keep in
Oh,
mind.
sandali lang, Richard. No, we just have to say this that we're expecting
Speech?
a speech. Uy, thank you, Ko-Anchor. Ano ka ba? From Bongbong Marcos, from his headquarters.
Wow.
Kasi kanina, ang sabi ni Attorney Vic was that he was somewhere in NCR because I had asked if he is in the Mandaluyong headquarters. But we are expecting that. We don't know at what time this is going to happen. Maybe they're waiting for a certain vote threshold. And, oh, by the way, like I was explaining earlier, Richard, you know, because Edwin Lasherda was here last Friday.
Right.
He was talking about the percentage of votes na kailangan and, well, Edwin will be here later, past midnight. Then we look at the numbers again. But anyway, okay, sige, back to you, Richard. So, with this BBM with 21.7 million votes and then 10.2 million Lenny, and then you know everybody follows, and then yung mga lower ranking candidates, no, we
Mukhang
usually
Pacquiao benefited from not showing up in that press con. I mean, you could really see that the two guys, the stars
Easter
of that,
Sunday press conference, yeah,
our favorite discussion the other month. Pacquiao seems to have benefited from that, and I know it's a very big distance, but a top 3 for Pacquiao is probably something they could take home, but yeah, I mean, I don't know what is the basis for certain threshold we're hearing from certain side, but I hate to say it, but I've been kind of implying this for quite some time. I think some strategic reboot, some going back to the drawing board, and all of that should be done by at least one camp here today. I mean,
who are you referring to?
Opposition, for that matter. I mean, the thing is this: yes, you can have grand rallies, you can have all of the celebrities supporting you, all of that, but perhaps they should have been done earlier to generate momentum and all. As we mentioned, as time passes by, there's a diminishing elasticity in terms of voter preference. And we saw that exactly happening. I think if in January, Lenny picked up the momentum, had the grand rallies, perhaps she had a better chance of cracking the kind of lead that Marcos was building up. And if I think the East Hill camp handled the communications better, everything we were saying over the past few months, I think we could have had a far more competitive race. But this is not looking anywhere close to the competitiveness that some camps were expecting, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, some huge I mean, this is it. I'm just going to say it. 2019 should have given us a preview of what could happen in 2022, right? 2019 was such a dominant race for the administration. Not a single opposition candidate made it to the Senate for the first time in 81 years. I mean, Pia,
yeah,
there should have been a serious postmortem analysis from then. I'm not sure how much of a serious postmortem analysis was done. So in a way, I think, because Lenny's potential was humongous. I mean, the kind of excitement, the whole color reboot, the progressive people that she attracted, I think all of that shows she has a tremendous potential. But you may have a Ferrari, but if you don't have the best driver, right? That's not going to be reflected in terms of the speed you're going to get on the road. So I think that's why there should be some very serious real talk among certain camps who perhaps expected to do far better today.
Some very serious real talk reboot in time for the midterm elections and for 2028 if they still want to be alive by then.
Yeah, sorry, I'm cutting you. Remember the Democrats, when they won Georgia, Abrams, right? The lady who was behind the surge of Democrats, she started that process in 2010 and 11, and it paid off in 2020. So sometimes in politics, it's not a matter of months, it's a matter of years of preparation.
It's a marathon.
And the Marcoses have been playing this marathon since they returned in 1991.
Right.
They never left they never left power. They just left Malacanang a bit and been knocking on it for the past 3 decades, and they may finally get through. I mean, this is what we're looking at. So this is a really, really historic moment. This is not just another election.
And like you said, this is it. But anyway, okay, we're gonna have to speak now first to acting COMEX spokesman John Rex Laudianco. Attorney Laudianco, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Kamusta po? And good evening to all the viewers and listeners.
Yes. Attorney, can you tell us first how much of the votes are in and how much of the precincts counted so far?
Right now, ma'am, if you look at our election results website, and that's 2022electionresults.comelec.gov.ph, our election returns as received by 10 p.m. is at 70.95%, meaning out of the 106,174 election returns expected to be received, we already have 75,340 election returns. And that's really quick.
Wow, 70.95%. And this is what percentage of the votes? Yung 63.78% of ERs, 53.43%. So ngayon, nasa 55% na tayo ng boto, attorney?
Based on the election returns, meaning these are results po coming from the precincts, of the 106,174 precincts that were activated for the 2022 elections, 75,340 na po ang nakapag-submit and transmit ng kanilang results. That's 70.95% in 3 hours.
Yeah. Attorney, I wanted to ask, let's jump to turnout, no? Because that's one big question that we always ask every election. Can you project now what turnout was?
I don't have the data right now, and we don't want to speculate. But judging by the feel on the ground, by the number of voters, and the feel of the precincts, I believe we will be exceeding 80%. The last election that we could compare this to is the 2016 elections. It's 80.23%. We really believe and we really hope that we will exceed that by a wide margin.
Okay. Itong isa pang issue na pinag-usapan after the election, yung fill-up rate, no? How many people would fill up 12, would vote for 12 senators? Or was it like in the past, it used to be hanggang 7 to 8 lang? Lalo na nung manual, ano, mas konti pa doon minsan kasi kailangan isulat kamay, no, yung mga pangalan. Pero ngayon, what is fill-up rate? Or is that something a little bit too early to ask?
It's a little bit too early to ask, but then again, going from midterm elections compared to presidential elections, mas mataas po ang fill-up rate kapag presidential elections.
Okay. Attorney, also, yung mga local races, do we have proclamations happening in the municipal and the city levels in different parts of the country already?
As of now, we don't have reports for COCPs generated. No? Sa ngayon po, wala pa. But then again, our best case scenario, by tomorrow po, there will be local proclamations. And then sabi nga po namin, ang projection namin, not the worst case scenario, but the next best case scenario is by Wednesday, most of the local candidates, the winners of the local candidates have been proclaimed already.
Okay. Attorney, kanina ang daming, well, there were quite a number of reports, no? VCMs or problemas sa VCM, problemas sa SD card. Yung mga yon in different parts of the country, different parts of Metro Manila, for example, nagawa niyo ba ng paraan? Were people able to vote? Were their votes counted already? Or are they just waiting, still waiting?
Okay. Out of the 106,174 clustered precincts that we need to issue with VCMs, we were able to complete 100% of that. Meaning po, lahat ng precincts po sa buong bansa, we were able to deploy the necessary VCMs. Meron pong na-late, merong napalitan, meron kailangan issuehan ng contingency VCMs. Meron din naman pong hinintay kami para maibalik yung repair na VCMs. But ang summary po, ay lahat po sila nakapag-FTS, lahat po nakapag-open voting, lahat po nagamit ang machines. At yun ang pong nahuli, magagamit pa rin po nila yung machines using the contingency measures that we promulgated months ago, yung pong magbabatch feeding under the full view of watchers, accredited citizens arms, the electoral boards, and even the voters themselves. They could go to of course, they could not go inside the precincts anymore, but they could witness through the windows of the precincts.
And Attorney, ito, last question na lang. Teka, asa na ba yun? Tomorrow, Comlec and Bank, no, will come out with its decision on the DQ cases against Bongbong Marcos?
That's correct, ma'am. Chairman Pangarungan had issued that statement yesterday that they will be promulgating consolidated, I believe, 4 cases regarding this.
Would you like to give us a clue as to what's coming?
It would be better for all of us to await the formal promulgation of the decision, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else you can add at this time, Attorney?
Okay, for our countrymen who had voted, rest assured that the commission will ensure that your votes will be counted. In fact, not just your votes, even my vote. I voted too, and I'll make sure that my vote too will be counted. All our votes will be counted correctly, and we hope the soonest possible time we could proclaim the winners of these elections. Thank you very much for all the voters who turned out and who trooped to the precincts. Thank you for fulfilling your obligation to the country, and thank you for exercising your right to suffrage.
Thank you very much, Comex spokesman, Attorney John Rex Laudianco. Maraming salamat po, sir, for joining us. Let's now speak to senatorial candidate Cheese Escudero, and we're going to bring up the senatorial race results so that while we're speaking to him, nakikita po ng viewers yung mga numero. Senator Cheese, are we waiting? We're still waiting for him? Okay, sige. Richard, Richard Hedarni is still here in the studio with us. Okay, itong we're gonna speak to Cheese Escudero in just a bit, but let's talk more about the senatorial race. Okay, teka muna. Sorry, Richard.
Please go ahead. Don't worry.
We're just going to go first to George Cahiles. All right. He is in Cavite, well, home base, in a way, manner speaking, ni Ping Lacson. Doon din siya bumoto. 2.3 million registered voters among the top 10 vote-rich provinces. George.
Hi, Pia. We're already here at the Lacson Soto headquarters in Green Hills, San Juan City, where their campaign teams have been monitoring the situation, the initial election results, and with the numbers that are coming in, although it's partial and unofficial, looks like the numbers of Senator Lacson are far from the leading presidential candidate, Bongbong Marcos. But earlier, Senator Lacson said that if he will not be having a higher calling in the next 6 years, he'll be happy to go back to farming in his property in Silang, Cavite. Now, he also called on his fellow presidential hopefuls to just forget about the animosities, the hatred, the bitterness that the campaign has brought about.
It's quite understandable na during the campaign, may mga lalabas at lalabas na, alam mo na parang sabihin nating statements against any or some of the candidates. But that's normal. Now that it is over, sana kalimutan ng lahat yon. After today, let's be one nation, one people again.
Well, Lacson says the next leader of the country must be a leader for all Filipinos. Back to you, Pia.
George, are we going to hear from Ping Lacson tonight? Is he going to make a statement?
We have yet to hear a word if they will be showing up tonight, but the entire day they are not here. And Senator Lacson earlier told us that he will be just watching Netflix show the whole day. So we will see tomorrow if they will be coming up with a statement. Back to you.
George Cahilas there, who was with the Lacson Soto campaign, our beat reporter for that tandem. He is, earlier I said, reporting from Cavite, nagkamali po tayo. He's reporting from the Green Hills headquarters. Earlier today, he was in Cavite with the senator, with Senator Ping Lacson. Ngayon, kanina, nakausap natin si Attorney Laudianco of COMELEC, and he was saying that 70.95% of election returns are already in. They've received them. And that is the results of that you're already seeing on your screens as of 9:47 p.m. That's about 20 minutes ago. In the lead is Bongbong Marcos still with 22,410,199 votes. Leni Robredo, 10,613,144. And like Richard, we were speaking about this earlier, no? Ang gusto mo makita yung lampasan dapat ni Leni, yung 14 million votes niya noong 2016. Actually, 14.4 million votes niya noong 2016 VP race. Manny Pacquiao, number 3 with 2,066,021. And you said, Richard, earlier, no, he benefited by not showing up at that Easter Sunday press conference. Isko Moreno, 1,453,828 votes. Ping Lacson, 696,040 votes. They're followed by the rest of the candidates have less than 100,000 votes each. Mangundato, Abella, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. In the VP race, oh, and by the way, so yeah, 70.95% again of election returns received. VP race, Sara Duterte is still number 1. Now, we're going to go quickly now to the Senate race because Cheese Escudero is joining us on the line, on the phone, or on Zoom. Okay, he's on Zoom. Hi, Senator Cheese. Balik Senado na po kayo.
Pia, magandang gabi sa iyo sa lahat natin taga-subaybay. Magandang gabi po sa inyo.
So you are heading back to the Senate if we are to look at the numbers right now.
Prayerfully, Pia, sa dulo, yung huling bilang pa rin ang binibilang at hindi naman yung lumalabas ng una.
But you are in, you have a comfortable lead, right?
Hopefully, Pia.
Mahirap magsalita ng patapos, ganon.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, what do you think? What can you attribute your, your good showing so far, no, in this partial tally based on the COMELEC's transparency server results?
Maraming bagay, Pia, hindi ko kayang i-attribute sa isang bagay. Ika nga, hindsight is always 2020. Mas maganda at mas magaling na balikta naman ang ilang bagay kaysa habang nangyayari yon. So hintayin ko muna yung pagkakataon na mabalik ka naman ng panahon ito.
You've had a long political history, Senator Cheese. You were congressman before taking over from your father, Salvador Escudero, governor. You were governor of Sorsogon. But you've been around for so long. You've also tried, you've attempted at a higher office, and that didn't exactly pan out, no? What would you say is the secret to your staying power?
Well, kaya nga siguro secret, Pia, kasi secret yun. Pero parang sa kwento mo, parang tanda-tanda ko na. Hindi pa naman ako ganun katanda. Mas matanda ka sa akin ng konti, Pia.
Talaga? Nako, eto na ha. We're talking age here. Why? How old are you, Cheese?
52.
Ah, okay. Sige. Let's move on.
So I'm right.
Yeah, you are. Oh, hindi, inamin ko naman yun eh. But anyway, okay. What kind of a Senate are we gonna look at now? Again, given these early numbers, however, no, I have to say, like sabi nga ni Attorney Laudianco kanina, 70.95% of the ERs are in already. So what kind of a Senate will we be looking at?
Pia, it's wrong to describe how the Senate will be. At the end of the day, in a democracy, you follow what the majority wants. There's only one law, one rule you should follow in a democracy. What the majority wants. Walang may monopoliya ng magandang intensyon, pagmamahal sa bayan, at tamang payo kaugnay sa dapat gawin ng mga kababayan natin. Kung ano man ang hugis, itsura at kulay ng Senado, yun ang gusto ng tao at yun ang dapat nating paobrahin para mapagsilbihan ng mas marami nating kababayan kaugnay sa pagbangon muli sa pandeming ito, kaugnay sa pagbangon muli sa anumang kalamidad na pinagdaanan at kinaharap ng ating bansa. Maraming hindi siguro makakatanggap ng resulta ng halalan. Sino man ang kanilang binoto, pagka-mayor man, pagka-governor, pagka-senador, presidente, congressman. Pero sa dulo, sana tanggapin nila na sa isang demokrasya, iisa lang mga batas na ating sinusunod, yung gusto ng nakararami. Yan ang kaibahan ng demokrasya sa isang diktadurya. Walang sino mang isang tao o isang sektor, gano'n man kataas ang pinag-aralan nila, na pwede magsabi kung anong maganda para sa ating bansa, kung anong mas makabubuti para sa ating bansa, dahil sa araw ng halalan, tigi-tigisa lang tayo ng boto, Pia. Nasa media ka man, broadcaster, ako man, gobernador, janitor man, o presidente ng Pilipinas, tigi-tigisa lang tayo ng boto.
Senator Cheese, you said what the majority wants. You're talking about respecting the mandate. Like you said, there may be some who will be unhappy with this outcome. Although, yeah, I mean, it's still partial, but it is 70% of election returns. How would you address that? Because, you know, we had a very, how shall I say it? We had a very interesting campaign, no? And the conflict was, you know, very high levels, no? How do you tell, for example, Lenny supporters who really believed that she could win in spite of the surveys, you know, that the rallies were showing the enthusiasm, the fervor, the, you know, how much they wanted this, no? How do you address that?
I'll give an example, Pia. I voted for Lenny. I'm from Bicol. I'm from Sorsogon. Lenny's half partially from Sorsogon. But at the end of the day, in a democracy, we follow the rule of the majority. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. Sometimes the person we voted for will win. Sometimes the person we voted for will lose. But we should respect the decision of the majority. That's the essence of a democracy. There's a very thin line dividing a dictatorship and a democracy. Either dictatorship by one person or dictatorship by a few. Mahirap naman sabihin na ikaw ang may monopolya ng magandang intensyon para sa bansa, ikaw lang ang nagmamahal sa bayan. Sa dulo, lahat naman tayo may rason kung bakit natin binoboto, sino mang binoboto natin. At sa dulo, kailangan natin tanggapin, respetuhin at galangin kung ano ang gusto ng mas nakararami. Yun ang batas ng demokrasya. Kung gusto niyo diktadurya, edi isang tao, ilang tao lang magdedesisyon. Para sa akin, mas maganda pa rin sistema ang demokrasya. Sang-ayon man tayo sa resulta o hindi.
Well, but the dictatorship, that is exactly what people allied with Lenny fought against. And therefore, that is not something they would want to go back to, right?
Ironically, Pia, not VP Lenny, but some of those who are supporting her tend to impose what they think on people who think differently. At the end of the day, again, I hope whoever wins will be respected. Whoever loses should respect the result, whether it's the candidate or it's the supporters. Again, sa dulo, sa isang demokrasya, dapat natin tanggapin kung ano ang gusto ng mas nakararami. Sang-ayon man tayo doon o hindi. Dahil sa isang demokrasya, as my political science teacher taught me, isa lang ang batas na sinusunod, yung gusto ng nakararami. Tingin man natin tama yun, tingin man natin mali yun, sang-ayon man tayo doon o hindi. Yun ang dapat nating sundin at galangin.
Respecting the will of the majority. That's what you're saying. Senator Cheese Escudero, I'm sorry, former governor. Governor pala, sorry.
Still governor, P.
Still governor. What am I saying? Oh, still governor. Oh, Governor Sorsogon, Cheese Escudero. Sorry, you wanted to say something? One last thing?
Hiling ko, sana anumang kulay na dinala natin nagdaang eleksyon, sana pagkatapos ng eleksyon, pare-pareho tayo ng kulay na rin. Pula, puti, asul na may konting dilaw, mga kulay na sumasagisag ng bandila ng bansa dahil sa dulo, pare-pareho po tayong Pilipino, pare-pareho tayong nakasakay sa nag-iisang bangka ng tawag ay Pilipinas. Sana maayos natin ang namang hidwaan, away, alitan, unfollow at unfriend na nangyari sa nagdaang halalan.
Oh, ang dami nag-away.
Magkaisa po tayong muli.
Yeah. Maraming salamat po sa inyo, Governor Cheese Escudero of Sorsogon, senatorial candidate. And as far as the rankings in the COMELEC numbers are showing, he is in the upper half of the Magic 12. Salamat po, Cheese Escudero. CNN Philippines is your most trusted destination for in-depth coverage of today's historic vote. We'll be back after this break.
A majority of people 50 years and above
The station that makes the others sound bad.
By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Carried us away in captivity.
Oldies but goodies.
If I never sing another song,
You're watching a CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino votes, election night 2022. Bongbong Marcos, a former senator, has mounted a huge lead over Leni Robredo. It was a fight to the finish in a very bitter campaign. Marcos now has, as of 9:47 p.m., 22,410,199 votes. Leni Robredo has 10,613,144 votes. Manny Pacquiao now breaching the 2 million vote mark with 2,066,021 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,453,828. Ping Lacson, 696,040. They're followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. In the VP race, it's still the same. Sara Duterte is still number one. In a bit, we're going to be showing you the senatorial numbers also. Okay, just updated now as of 10:02 p.m., 23,017,285 votes for Marcos, 10,915,045 votes for Leni Robredo. Richard, by the way, inching very slowly towards the 14.4 million mark. Manny Pacquiao, 2,152,579 votes. Domagoso, Isko Moreno, 1,485,030 votes. Ping Lacson, 710,871. And again, followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzales, and Montemayor. That's 23 million plus votes for Bongbong Marcos. And we're just waiting for him to breach that 25 million mark. Now, join me now is a broadcast journalist and one of the leading senatorial candidates in this complex partial vote count, Mr. Raffy Tulfo. Hi, Raffy.
Hello, good evening po.
Hi. Good evening, and thank you very much for joining us. So, paano yun, hindi na ikaw yung number one, si Robin Padilla daw, na-unseat ka tuloy?
No, okay lang sa akin yun. Kasi hindi ko naman talaga ini-expect or talagang gusto kong mangyari na ako'y maging number one. From the start, ang sa akin ay mapasok lang ako sa top 12. Happy na ako. That's what I've been telling people, my friends, and even my staff na kasama sa campaign. Sinasabi ko, mapasok lang tayo sa top 12, pwede na, sobra pa sa pwede.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Raffy, of the presidential and the VP race? BBM mounting that huge lead over Leni, Sara Duterte, also, you know, the same in the VP race. Anong tingin mo doon?
Well, nagsalita ng taong bayan, so yung nakararami so far ay gusto si BBM na maging sunod na Pangulo natin at Vice Presidente ay si Sara Duterte. At ang nakikita ko nga dito for so many years, I don't know kung first time ito na yung magkasama ay parehong pasok sa President at Vice President. Usually kasi magkaibang partido ang ibang partido ng Presidente, ibang partido ng Vice President. Ito ay magkapareho sila. Kaya mas maganda to kung tutuusin para mas maraming magawa ang ating gobyerno, hindi na sila kukontrahan.
Mm-hmm. Kanina lamang kausap ko si Governor Cheese Escudero, and he is, of course, also in the top 12 of the Senate race. And he was talking about how it's important to respect the mandate, to respect the will of the majority based on this partial result, of course. Ano ba yung iniisip mo about that?
Well, tulad sinabi ko kanina, mukhang hindi na kayang habulin pa. Although I'm not a political analyst, just looking at the numbers, mukhang meron na tayong nakikitang susunod na presidente ng Pilipinas at yan po ay si BBM dahil ang layo na at ilang percent na ang nabilang. I don't know kung pwede pang habulin yan, pero so far na namamonitor ko sa iba't ibang channel, may nagsasabi mga political analyst expert, mukhang hindi nata kayang habulin dahil sa sobrang layo ng agwat.
Mm-hmm. And my final question to you, Raffy, is what are you going to do when you get to the Senate? What is the first business of the day, first order of the day, order of business?
Yeah, Pia, yung talagang advocacy ako from the start nung ako'y mag-file ng aking certificate of candidacy, yung para sa mga laborers na for so many years, sila ang palaging pupunta sa action center ko para magreklamo na palaging nilalamangan ng mga salbaheng amo, kasama rin dyan mga OFWs natin. So nakafocus, nakatutok talaga yung aking advokasya doon, yung aking mga gagawing hakbang at mga batas na ipapasa ko ay patungkol sa kanila.
All right. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Senatorial Candidate Raffy Tulfo. Thank you very much, Raffy, for joining us tonight. All right. Richard, okay, kanina, Cheese Escudero talking about how it's important to respect the mandate and, will of the majority.
Right.
People have spoken. And then, he says, for one, I voted for Lenny, but if this is what the majority wants, then so be it. And Rafi saying practically the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, when we say that let's respect the will of the majority, we're talking about the numbers tonight. But that doesn't mean tyranny of majority through and through.
Right.
At the end of the day, we're supposed to be a constitutional democracy. Ibig sabihin, dapat may rule of law, dapat may accountability. Kung sino man maging presidente ng Pilipinas, dapat pananagutan siya kung may abuso siya or hindi sang-ayon sa ating saligang batas yung ginagawa niya. So I think this is the misunderstanding people have. Yes, it is true that in elections numbers count and the one with most votes eventually should win, whether in runoff or a single round, first past the post. But once you're the president, you're not the king in this country, nor are you a queen if you're a woman, right?
You're the number one public servant.
Exactly. I don't think you're a public servant. You're supposed to be held accountable. You're supposed to, effectuate the will of the people in ways that serves the national interest, not use the will of people to serve your interests, your family's interests, your tribe's interests, etc. So whoever becomes the next president of the Philippines, I will support him or her if yung ginagawa niya ay sang-ayon sa constitutional democracy and interest of my country. And even if he got or she got the most votes, kung hindi tama yung ginagawa niya, we have to call them out. So I think people tend to misunderstand this idea of vox populi, right? Vox populi doesn't mean absolute leadership or kingdom, right? This is not what we're not in monarchy, right? So this is something we have to keep in mind. No, even if another Marcos wins, they're not a royalty, right? They are just one of the political families in the country. So I think that's something that we have to keep in mind. So medyo I'm sensitive when I hear will of the majority. I mean, of course, we have to respect the will of majority when we talk about elections, but we also have to respect our constitution. We are a constitutional democracy, not a tyranny of majority.
So keeping people accountable, making him accountable if the numbers show that he is going to be president. So that means that the opposition will have its work cut out for it. At the same time, people, ordinary citizens, right?
Right. I mean, I like listening dun sa mga senatorial ball a while ago. I mean, it's very interesting to see. I mean, Cheese has been criticized by some in the opposition. I think it comes from somewhere when he says this cancel culture and all of that. But he also said he voted not necessarily for the winner. So that means perhaps as a senator, he's not necessarily going to be a rubber stamp, right? I think that's an important thing. We want to see independence from our senatorial balls, from our people in the Congress and legislature. Kasi yung isang mahalagang bagay pagdating sa checks and balances is also yung independence ng different branches of the state. So Marcos may win big, Sara may win big, but at the end of the day, the Senate, I hope, are there doing their job, which is to make sure ma-uphold yung ating constitution, they scrutinize the government if something goes wrong, and they work together if this is in the interest of the nation. So I look forward to what is going to be their advocacy. Si Raffy Tulfo naman, emphasized that he's going to really go there for labor rights, among others. That's an interesting thing to hear from a candidate attached to the administration. We hope to see that. We hope to see that hindi lang sila kumuha ng boto, but ginagamit nila yung boto na yan to also make sure there's accountability within government protection of people and underprivileged people. So yun, yeah.
What do you think a Marcos administration would look like?
As I said, there are many scenarios we can look at here. No, I mean, the first thing we have to keep in mind is a big part of any, again, prospective Marcos presidency is Sara Duterte. I think Sara Duterte has been a very big part of that if ever Marcos pulls off this victory. So that means any administration, yes, sinasabi nila VP is just a spare tire and all of that. Yeah. Unfortunately, the office...
Kanina, David was saying she would set up like regional offices.
Right, and I think we have heard that defense secretary could be a position, at least a top cabinet position, not just some marginal Consuelo position. So I think she could be a dominant vice president, something we haven't seen in a very long time, Pia. And I think Sara Duterte will try to also bring interest of people from Mindanao, etc. And people in Mindanao feel that their interests have been neglected by previous administrations, of course, with the exception of the current administration. So I think that will be important. We may see a much more dominant vice president. So there will be a lot of negotiations between different camps. I want to also say this, and I've been saying this, it also matters how foreign powers deal with the next administration in the Philippines. Obviously, the Marcoses have a certain reputation, let's just put it that way, especially in America and the West. I'm doing interviews right and left. Everyone is like, what? Another Marcos? Yeah, but I'm trying to explain, this is not necessarily 1972, right? This is 2022. Quite a different picture. So I think it matters how America, our Western allies, democratic nation, engage the Marcos, a potential prospective Marcos administration, because that could also have some positive effect in terms of the direction of this administration. I mean, one thing that is different, again, with prospective President Marcos, is that he doesn't have this kind of lifelong resentment against U.S. and the West the way President Duterte has. President Duterte comes from somewhere very deep. The Marcos are probably just annoyed with the court cases and all. It's not a small thing, but they're very much proud of the West, right? I'm not sure he graduated from one of those schools, but he went to Oxford, he went to Wharton. His son, I think, studied in London School of Economics and Eton. His wife, there's a claim that she passed. So the Marcoses are culturally more Western than the current president, right? And I think they'll be much more comfortable in engaging the West. And I think if the West engages them properly, then I think we can be seeing an administration nudge in the right direction. So there are many factors. And as I said last night, I know we have to transition. It also matters what the opposition does. Kaya sabi ko, Lenny's performance tonight, win or lose, matters because yun ang magiging anchor niya if she wants to transform, or she will probably have to transform into an opposition leader. At the end of the day, hindi lang mahalaga who is occupying positions in the government. It also matters what people do outside the government, because in a democracy, we have a voice as citizens, regardless of whether elected the government tayo or hindi. As I said, they're public servants. They have to serve people. If people are mobilized, they fight for the right cause, there could still be a positive nudge to whoever become the next administration in this country.
I was about, to ask you, what would you tell all these Lenny supporters? And everything you've said tonight, is I'm sure they're listening to it, no?
I hope so. I mean, stop shooting the messenger. That's the first thing I'm going to say all the time. Like, all those volunteers who came out, young people, all the love and passion they put to it, they deserve good leadership. Whether inside government, outside the government, you have to honor that, right? They deserve it. So I think denialism is not the best way forward. Bashing people right and left, blaming voters, I'm not sure that's the way forward in a democracy. I think democracy is about building the biggest coalition possible. It's a game of addition, not necessarily selling your soul in the process, but you have to compromise.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton, not necessarily the most successful politician in recent years, she said something that stuck with me. She said, you meet the voters where they are. You don't expect them to come to your side or impose your will. I think that this is someone who lost a very bitter fight in 2016. I think she learned her lesson. She's even a novelist now, apparently. I want to say something, but I'm not going to say it. We might meet each other at some point. I'll keep it there. Okay. But you see, she learned it bitterly. But she said, you have to meet the voters where they are. I think that's what Biden did. I think that's what Macron did. You see, authoritarian populists are not invincible. They have been beaten in France recently. They were beaten in America the other year. So we see that if you play your cards well, if you meet the voters where they are, if you're less judgmental, less cancelish, you might be a big enough base.
Meeting the voters where they are, not scolding them, not saying,
not lecturing
you don't know
them
enough, I will educate you.
Never start with I will educate you or you're not educated enough. I'm a teacher. So for me, the best method is Socratic method. Make people realize on their own whether there's certain contradictions. Don't tell them. Don't talk at them. Talk with them. Have that kind of dialogue. Even with my baluktot Tagalog and my semi-okay Ilocano, I try to always reach out to people of all socioeconomic classes. And I realize, even if we may not share ideas, if you give them the basic respect, if you're not giving them this kind of elitist, aloof aura, you can go a long way. You can go a long way. And it's the culture of dialogue that we have to build in this country, democratic dialogue. Hindi pa tapos ang demokrasya natin. I mean, there's still tomorrow. Philippines will be around, God willing, for centuries to come, for thousands of years and all. So I hope people will not anchor their faith in democracy by the result of one election or two. As disappointing as this may have been for Lenny's supporters, you have to have a long view. You have to look at the long-term future. And at the same time, take inspiration in some of the gains you have made in the past month or so. There's still a lot of people who believe in Lenny and a progressive change. 10 million for a president. I mean, Lenny's going to get more votes than Maro has, at least, right? I mean, I'm not meaning it as an insult to anyone. I'm just saying that means...
Statement of fact.
that means she's still maybe doing something better than the previous prospective leader of the opposition, right? So let's see where this is going to go. I think it's really important that adults in the room do their job, send the right signal, mobilize the right people, and give the leadership that volunteers deserve. Volunteers on all sides, East Coast volunteers, Marcos volunteers. I've seen volunteers from all sides, and a lot of them are passionate. Hindi ito mga bayaran. Passionate sila. They believe in their cause. It's civic activism. Something I'm very glad about. My millennial generation, sometimes not so exciting, but a lot of Gen Z I'm seeing they're having the civic activism. We need that in a democracy because democracy is about social capital and trust. Now, I'm sounding now like a politician giving a speech, but I am doing my best, guys.
But you are saying, what you're saying here is, for the volunteers of the candidates that lost, this is not the end of it. Continue to engage, continue to engage, continue to be involved, speak, etc. Right?
Yeah. I mean, lastly, Pia, I don't know, how many months old is the Pink Movement? It started October, right? It's not even a year old, right? So imagine the potential of this movement if with the right strategy, with the right leadership, with faith in democracy, fighting the good fight, keeping the faith, if those elements stay there, they could be a force to reckon with. Maybe they didn't do as well this election cycle, but there's election in 3 years from now, 6 years from now. We shift to parliamentary democracy. It could be elections every year, depending on vote of confidence. You know what I'm saying? And these are the things. I think we really need to do some of our assignments, and we are not doing it. And this is not only about the opposition, it's about the whole system. We have had a very flawed, dysfunctional democracy for so long. So many people are just desperate for change.
We have a lot of homework to do, but numbers are as of 10:17 p.m. But before we go to that, we're going to go first to the most vote-rich province. Numbers muna. Okay, numbers first.
We're going to go Cebu,
Okay, as of 10:17 p.m. 23,552,103 votes, Marcos. Lenny Robredo, 11,183,118. Medyo malayo-layo pa tayo sa 14.4 M. Manny Pacquiao, 2,233,664. Isko Moreno, 1,512,344 votes. Ping Lacson, 723,218 votes. Then followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. Are we going to show the VP? Not yet. Okay, mamaya na yung VP, but we do know that Sara Duterte is still leading. We now bring you to the most vote-rich province in the country with over 3.2 million registered voters. Caroline Bonkin has the latest from there. Caroline?
Pia, no votes have yet been transmitted here in the canvassing area for Cebu Province. Acting Cebu Provincial Election Supervisor Jerome Brillantes announced earlier that the first transmission will begin at any time between 10 and 11 p.m. But as of 10:30 p.m., zero transmission. One of the reasons he cited, polls closed at 7 p.m. and many were still voting beyond that. There were vote counting machines or BCMs that malfunctioned, but Brillantes said that this were either replaced or repaired immediately. Hindi pa alam exactly kung ilan yon. He also instructed BEIs in precincts with no signal and with only few voters to transmit the votes in the nearest polling precinct. Pia.
Well, interesting to hear that about Cebu. Of course, this province is, GMA carried Cebu in 2004. This was where she held her inauguration. Carol, can you tell us more about why the lines in some polling precincts you visited were slow?
Okay. Pia, we were able to visit at least 3 polling precincts here in Cebu City, and after 7 p.m., we were still seeing long queues in some polling precincts. And one of the reasons cited to us earlier is that they were accommodating regular voters and senior citizens alternately. So some senior citizens take time, they're having difficulty voting, so that actually takes time, Pia.
All right. Caroline Bonkin there reporting from Cebu, 3,288,778 registered voters. The number one vote-rich province in the country. The numbers now, as of 10:17 tonight, 23,522,103 votes for Marcos, inching closer to the 25 million vote mark. Leni Robredo, 11,183,118 votes. Manny Pacquiao, 2,233,664 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,512,344 votes. Ping Lacson, 723,218. They're followed by Mangondato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. The VP race, Sara Duterte, still number one. Are we going to show that right now? Sara Duterte at number one with 23,322,041 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, a very far second with 7,051,753 votes. Tito Soto, 6,333,273 votes. They're followed by Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walton Bellio, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. The senatorial race, number one, if I'm not mistaken, still Robin Padilla with 19,462,237 votes. Lauren Legarda, 18,522,191 votes. Rafi Tulfo, we were speaking to him just a while ago, 17,805,181 votes. They're followed by Win Gatchalian with 15.8 million votes. She's Escudero, kausap din po natin siya kanina lamang, with 15.7 million votes. Mark Villar is number 6. 7 is Alan Cayetano. Number 8, Joel Villanueva, a comebacking center also. Mig Zubiri, number 9, with 14.1 million votes. JV Ejercito has gone up to number 10 with 12,046,820 votes. In number 11 spot is Risa Ontiveros. Number 12, Jinggoy Estrada with 11.2 million votes. They're followed by Herbert Bautista, Giorgio Binay, Gibo Teodoro, Gilor Eliazar, Harry Roque, Greg Onasan. Oh, nalampasan na ni Greg si Chel Diokno, who is now number 19, and Larry Gadon with 7.5 million votes. That is as of 10:17 p.m. That is about 73% or more, 73% plus of election returns. That is in the COMELEC transparency server. It is 10:47 in the evening, 3 hours and 47 minutes since the polls closed, and Bongbong Marcos has so far mounted a huge lead over Leni Robredo. And this was a fight to the finish in a very, very bitter campaign. 23.5 million votes for BBM, and for Leni, 11.2 million votes so far as of 10:17 this evening. All right. We're going to have to take a very quick break. When we come back, more data, more information, more numbers, more interviews. This is CNN Philippines. This is our live in-depth coverage of this year's general election. Stay with us. Be right back. This is the CNN Philippine special coverage, the Filipino votes, election night 2022. Bongbong Marcos has mounted a very huge lead over Leni Robredo. Marcos has 23,552,103 votes. Leni Robredo has 11,183,118 votes. This is as of 10:17 tonight. May 9, 2022, general national elections. Manny Pacquiao is at number 3 with 2.2 million votes. Isko Moreno, 1.5 million votes. Ping Lacson, a little over 720,000 votes. They're followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. In the VP race, it is the same. The running mate of Marcos, Sara Duterte, is at number 1 with 23,322,041 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, a far second with 7,051,753 votes. Tito Soto, 6,333,273 votes. Doc Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David round up the 9 VP candidates. This is as of 10:17 p.m. This is a little over 73% of election returns in the COMELEC transparency server. Marcos and Duterte have taken the early lead in the senatorial race. Robin Padilla is leading that race. Now, earlier, I spoke with the spokesman of presidential candidate Bongbong Marcos. Here's my conversation with attorney Vic Rodriguez. Yes, before we talk about those results showing former Senator Marcos in with a very big lead, I just wanted to ask, where is he? Is he there right now in HQ, or is he at home?
No, he is in somewhere in NCR, PIA, monitoring also itong nagaganap na bilangan.
Mm-hmm. What has he said so far?
Wala, nagmo-monitor lang at yun nga, inaantabayanan. As for your reporter, 60% of the clustered precincts ang natatransmit na. So we're hoping that the transparency server, the transmission will pick up further para sabay sila nung COMELEC central server.
As of 8:47 p.m., Attorney Vic, 18.9 million ang boto na ni BBM. And Leni Robredo is trailing him, as we can see, with about 8.9 million votes. Kanina, sabi ni Rex Remitio, who was reporting from outside, just outside your HQ, na hindi daw muna kayo matutulog dahil medyo naalala ninyo yung nangyari noong 2016. At the same time, there is guarded optimism. Is this accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate, Tia. We're still on guarded optimism. At hindi rin naman kami magpapahinga hanggat hindi na stabilize itong ginagawang transmission of the election results from the precinct level. And umaasa kami na magtutuloy-tuloy itong ganitong resulta.
Is Senator Marcos going to be making a statement or holding a press conference, or kahit magsalita lang siya tonight? It's only 9:23 in the evening. Are we going to hear from him tonight?
Hindi pa namin napapag-usapan. Inaantay pa natin na umangat pa nga itong porsyento ng mga clustered precincts transmitted, at nakamonitor din naman si Presidential Frontrunner Bongbong Marcos dito sa nagaganap na bilangan.
Even if you are viewing this all with guarded optimism, Attorney Vic, are you and your principal confident of victory?
We have always been confident of what we're doing, but yun nga, we are never complacent at walang kasiguruhan ito dahil ang kabilin-bilinan mismo ni Bongbong Marcos is let us not look beyond May 9.
All right, that was our earlier conversation with Attorney Vic Rodriguez, spokesman for BBM. We were told also that dapat magbibigay ng statement, or that he would make some sort of an announcement, former Senator Marcos himself, but we're waiting for that. In the meantime, we have the latest numbers, right? No, we're going to go to the numbers as of 10:32 p.m. Marcos has 24,070,851 votes, nearing the 25 million vote mark. Lenny Robredo has 11,447,751. And Richard Hidaran, this is what we were talking about a while ago, no? Yung kailangan ma-breach niya yung 14.4 million mark niya for VP, but she's still at 11.4.
Yeah, I think the projection, one of the projections we saw is like 30, 13. BBM closing on somewhere around 30 and Lenny around 13. I think that's one of the projections I've seen.
All right,
so
okay.
This doesn't look too different from that, yeah.
All right, well, further on, Manny Pacquiao at number 3 with 2,316,665 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,538,874 votes. Ping Lacson, 733,999 votes. They're followed by Mangundato, Abella, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. Are we going to do the VP race also? Yes, Sara Duterte, still number 1 with 23,881,718 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 7,211,145 votes. Tito Soto, 6,460,040 votes. Sorry. Then they're followed by Doc Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. The senatorial race, because we're going to be speaking to Jinggoy Estrada in just a bit. Of course, Robin Padilla is still number 1 with 19.9 million votes. Lauren Legarda, number 2 with 18.9 million votes. Rafi Tulfo, we spoke to him just a while ago, 18.1 million votes. Win Gatchalian, number 4. Cheese Escudero with 16 plus million votes. We spoke to him also earlier. Mark Villar, 15 million votes. Alan Peter Cayetano, Joel Villanueva, Mig Zubiri, JV Ejercito in number 10, who we spoke to a while ago. Risa Ontiveros with 12.2 million votes, and Jinggoy Estrada, JV's half-brother, with 11.5 million votes. He's at number 12. Number 13 is Giorgio Binay, 14 Herbert Bautista, 15 Gibo Teodoro, and they're followed by Eleazar, Roque, Onasan, Diokno, and Gadon. We're going to speak now via Zoom to former Senator, and well, so far looking like he could make a comeback, Jinggoy Estrada. Hi. Sir.
Hi, Pia. Good evening.
Good evening. Kamusta?
Well, still hanging on. Medyo ninenervous pa rin because I'm still in a very, very precarious situation.
Ninenervyos. So hanging on, you're hanging on by your fingertips like this or what?
I keep on praying.
Ano yung dasal mo?
Ha?
Ano yung dasal mo?
Ano yung dasal ko? Sana ibigay na sa akin ni Lord ko.
Okay. But, well, it is 70, well, it's about, what is it, 75% na ba of the ERs that have come in, and this is the COMELEC transparency server. You think that there is that possibility na malaglag ka pa at this point?
Well, I really do not know. Kasi hindi naman pinapakita ng mga TV programs kung saan nanggagaling yung mga votes.
Yeah, well, that was
really
also my question earlier. That's what we want to see, kung saan nanggagaling sa mga yung mga presinto na to, anong mga lungsod, anong mga munisipyo, what provinces, and we don't have that information just yet, but we will find out soon. But so far, from your own projections, are you going to make it?
I think it's quite premature to say, but I think it's quite safe already.
Okay. Earlier, I was speaking to JV, and I was asking him, what's it going to be like kung dalawa kayong mananalo, and therefore magkasama kayo sa Senado? Sabi ko, mag-uusap ba kayo doon? Magpapansinan ba kayo? Ano bang mangyayari sa inyong dalawa?
Well, ako naman, I can work with anybody or everybody, whether he's my brother or not. Kahit opposition, I can work with anyone.
Okay, sino tumatawag? Di baka kasi si BBM na yan. All right. Are you've seen the numbers, BBM, of course, mounting that huge lead. Are you surprised by this, or is this something that you expected?
Well, based on the previous surveys for the past month and in the latest survey, in all reputable survey firms, I don't think that is already a surprise kasi I think this is the very first time that we will have a majority president. No, even former President Marcos did not have the majority votes.
Okay, although
Si Bongbong lang.
Oh, Noy Aquino had 41%, President Duterte 39.02%. But Senator Jinggoy, since we're talking already, I wanted to ask you about this, and I wonder if you've addressed this issue. Yung Viber chat ng Ateneo High School batch mo, can you confirm that? That really was you, right? And inaway mo talaga yung taong yun.
You know, I posted I texted an appeal.
Yes.
Doon sa aming group chat sa Ateneo. Tapos, I was appealing only for myself. And then, itong isang brat nito, itong batchmate, he's not even my classmate.
Bakit? Ano bang section mo?
Nag-text siya ng medyo may kabastusan ng konti. He should have messaged me in private. No? So, kasi siguro he was mad at Bongbong Marcos and Sara Duterte. He was calling them names, no? Kaya medyo I was really picked. And actually, ang sinabi ko rin sa group chat, okay, good day, Mr. Prats, and God bless you. Game over. Sabi ko
game over. Oo. Tapos diniem mo kung ano-anong pinagsasabi mo sa kanya. Ayan tuloy. Nag-DM ka raw sa kanya.
Already.
Ha?
That was edited already.
Edited? What do you mean?
Oo, meron ng dagdag yun. Hindi ko alam kung saan galing.
No, hindi. Come on, talaga?
Yeah.
Really? What did you say?
Ang nilagay ko lang doon sa group chat ko. Sa group chat namin ng Ateneo.
So the DM was not from you, or you did send him a DM and you did say some things. Ganun ba yun?
No. The original message that I wrote, the text that I sent, was with the group chat of the Ateneo High School 80.
80, yeah.
Yeah, kasi graduate kami 1980. Nabubuking tuloy edad namin eh.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm asking about the DM, or you don't want to talk about it. Does it make you uncomfortable?
Huh?
Does it make you uncomfortable talking about it?
Not really.
No? Okay. Well, I just brought it up because, in the last few days of the campaign, that lumabas yon, and, it made the rounds of social media. Talagang ginawa kang pulutan, yun talaga ang pinag-usapan.
Bale, okay lang yun. Bastos kasi yung Bastos kasi yung nag-send ng text na yun. Imagine I was just only campaigning for myself, appealing for myself, not even BBM and Sara. Galit yata kay BBM at kay Sara.
Speaking of BBM, sorry, Senator Jinggoy, we need to cut you kasi nagsasalita na si Senator Marcos. We're gonna go to that. We'll get back to you, Jinggoy. Thank you.
Sa tambalang Marcos at saka Duterte. Kaya't napakalaki pasasalamat namin sa inyong lahat. Bukod pa doon ay magpapasalamat ako sa mga kababayan ko na nandiyan sila at nagsuporta sila hindi lamang sa mga kandidato, hindi lamang sa aming partido, kung hindi sa magandang bukas ng ating minamahal na Pilipinas. At yan sa akin ang pinakamahalaga na aking makukuha dito sa kampanyang ito. Kaya ako'y nagpapasalamat sa inyong lahat. Kagaya ng aking sinabi, ay hindi pa tapos ang bilangan. Marami nang nagsasabi na tapos na, pero hindi pa talaga. Antayin natin hanggang talagang maliwanag, mag 100% ng pagbilang. Hanggat tayo ay mag-celebrate o mag-isip na tapos na. Ngunit, kahit hindi pa tapos nga ang pagbibilang, hindi makapag-antay ang aking pasasalamat sa inyo lahat. Ang aking pasasalamat sa sa lahat ng tumulong, sa lahat ng sumapi sa aming ipinaglaban, sa inyong sakripisyo, sa inyong trabaho, at sa binigay ninyo sa amin na oras, na kakayahan, ng sipag. Ang mga ganitong klaseng paggagawa, any endeavor as large as this, does not involve one person. It involves very, very many people working in very, very many different ways. And to all of them, I thank you. And let us keep watch on the vote. Kung tayo'y palarin, ay aasahan ko na yung inyong tulong ay hindi magsawa, ang inyong tiwala ay hindi magsawa. At dahil ay marami po tayong gagawin dito sa ating hinaharap. Maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Magandang gabi po.
We'll have a photo up with the...
Photo up.
All right, that was former Senator Bongbong Marcos making that statement, presumably that was from his headquarters here in Mandaluyong. And Senator Jinggoy is still here, but I just wanted to just do a little recap of what Mr. Marcos was saying. He was saying thank you to everyone who was part of his campaign. And he said that although things are not yet finished, and that he would rather wait till 100% of the vote count is in, he said that hindi pwede maghintay yung pagpapasalamat sa mga nakatulong sa kanya. Of course, he's saying he's making that statement based on the latest numbers. As of 10:47 p.m., he has 24,565,511 votes. Still a very huge lead over Leni Robredo, who has 11,691,138 votes. Ang binabantayan natin dito sa numero ni Leni, kung malalampasan niya yung boto niya noong 2016 VP race, that was 14.4 million, 14,418,817 votes back in 2016. Nasa 11.6 million pa lang siya. Babatayan natin yung numero na yan. Ang binabatay naman natin sa numero ni BBM ay yung malampasan niya yung 25 million vote mark. But anyway, number 3 is Manny Pacquiao with 2.4 million votes. Isko Moreno, 1.5 million votes. Ping Lacson, 744,000 plus votes. They're followed by Mangundato, Abella, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. For the vice presidential race, it is still Sara Duterte who is in the number 1 spot with 24,411,764 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, number 2, 7,356,975 votes. Tito Soto, 6,585,200 votes. They're followed by Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. The senatorial race, before we go back to Senator Jinggoy Estrada, senatorial race, still as of 10:47 p.m. Tonight, Robin Padilla still number 1 with 20.3 million votes. Lauren Legarda, 19.2 million. Rafi Tulfo, 18.5 million. They're followed by Win Gatchalian, Cheese Escudero, Mark Villar, Alan Cayetano, Joel Villanueva, Mig Zubiri, JV Ejercito, and number 11, Risa Ontiveros, and number 12, Jinggoy Estrada, with 11.7 million votes. And then following them are Jojo Binay, Herbert Bautista, Gibo Teodoro, Eleazar Roque Onasan Diokno, and Gadon. Let's go back to Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Senator Estrada, you heard BBM, Senator Marcos, speaking a while ago. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think that is a preliminary dun sa kanyang victory speech siguro yan. I think they're right now in their headquarters, Mandaluyong. His family is there, and some of our unit team candidates are already there. And of course, congratulating him. I think the lead of BBM and Mayor Sara.
Insurmountable na ba?
Insurmountable na. Masyado ng masyadong masyado na malaki yung kanilang lamang. So I think we have a new president by the name of Bongbong Marcos and new vice president by the name of Inday Sara Duterte.
What would you say? A while ago, we were talking about that Viber chat with your Ateneo High School batchmates. But what would you say to other Lenny supporters? She's still number 2, no? And there was a lot of rancor and a lot of tension in this last campaign. It was a very bitter campaign.
No, all we want actually, not only me, all we want is respect and understanding. If you are with Lenny, it's okay. If I am with Bongbong Marcos, it's okay. I mean, magrespetuhan tayo. At the end of the day, we have to support the newly elected president. Kasi if our newly elected president will fail, syempre babagsak din yung ating bansa. Now, if we will support the president and if he succeeds as president of the republic, sinong makikinabang? Ang taong bayan din.
Okay. My final question for you, Senator Jinggoy, is about your dad. Does he know already about your rankings, you and JV, and what was the last thing he said to you before election day?
I haven't. I just talked to him before the counting, and he was asking me what my rank was, and I said I was. I think I was around 11 to 12. So he just nodded.
Okay. Nakaboto naman siya. Was he able to vote? Yes?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
good.
He was assisted by my brother Jude.
Okay. Sige. Any final words? Anything else you'd like to add, Senator Jinggoy?
Well, in case, thank you very much, Pia. In case I win in this election, I would like to thank all my all our supporters, friends, of course, my family, my mom and my dad, my wife and my children, my sisters and my brothers who really helped me a lot. Of course, kay Bongbong Marcos and Inday Sara Duterte and all my fellow candidates under the unit team. Maraming salamat po.
And maraming salamat din sa inyo, senatorial candidate and former Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Salamat.
Thank you.
We'll keep bringing you the results of today's votes as we get them, as they come in here. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines. This is a special coverage, Election Night 2022. You're watching a CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes Election Night 2022. It is May 9, 2022. We've just had national elections, general elections, and as of 10:47 p.m., based on the COMELEC transparency server, Bongbong Marcos has 24,565,511 votes. Leni Robredo, 11,691,138 votes. Manny Pacquiao, 2,401,374 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,563,170 votes. Ping Lacson, 744,817 votes. They're followed by Faisal Mangundato, Ernie Abelia, Leody de Guzman, Bert Gonzalez, Jose Montemayor Jr. That is the presidential race. In the VP race, as of 10:47 p.m. also, it is Sara Duterte way ahead with 24,411,764 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 7,356,975 votes. Tito Soto, 6,585,200 votes. They're followed by Doc Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. In the senatorial race, Robin Padilla is number one with 20,370,235 votes. Lauren Legarda, number two with 19,264,420 votes. Rafi Tulfo, 18,536,994 votes. They're followed by Win Gatchalian, Cheese Escudero, Mark Villar, Alan Cayetano, Joel Villanueva, Mig Zubiri, JV Estrada, Ejercito Estrada, Risa Ontiveros, and Jingoy Estrada. That rounds up the 12, but Jojo Bina is number 13, 14, Herbert Bautista, and 15, Gibo Teodoro. They're followed by Eleazar, Roque, Onasan, Diokno, and Gadon. Now, voters are still waiting at different polling precincts, polling centers in the city of Manila after many vote counting machines malfunctioned. Joining us live now is Stanley Gahete from there. Stanley.
Pia, some clustered polling precincts still have voters hoping to cast their votes even after schools close their gates at 7 p.m. The original plan of the Department of Education supervising officer and COMELEC officials are to immediately replace the malfunctioning VCMs despite having no assurance when this will arrive. Some voters agreed to just sign waivers to allow the BEIs to insert their ballots when new machines come. However, for some polling precincts with VCMs that malfunctioned this morning, new machines have been delivered at around 8 p.m., a welcome relief to voters who are all determined to cast their votes. Legarda Elementary School in Sampaloc, Manila had 5 defective vote counting machines.
Pabor po sa amin kasi syempre ang haba din po ng pinila namin tapos sure po na yung boto namin na makakount po. Kesa po doon sa manual, ang tagal din po namin na naghintay dito. Buti po dumating na.
Sobrang saya din po kasi yung pila po namin hindi po nasayang kasi bigla po siyang dumating.
Meanwhile, election returns are now coming in at COMELEC City Board of Canvassers here in Manila City Hall. As of 9:30 p.m., 88% of the local voting results are already in. Vice Mayor Hani Lacuna currently has a huge margin against her nearest rival, Alex Lopez. For Manila Vice Mayor, Yul Servo is leading, followed by Raymond Bagatsing. On the other hand, most of Manila voters voted for Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos, followed by Vice President Leni Robredo and Senator Manny Pacquiao. For Vice President Sara Duterte leads, followed by Senator Kiko Pangilinan. The Board of Canvassers are still waiting for more election returns. We'll continue updating the tally as we receive more results from different polling places in Manila. And here's the latest here at Manila City Hall. Back to you, Pia.
Yes, Stanley, very quickly, can we go over the votes for President? You said BBM. Ano yung boto ni BBM dyan? And then, sige, go ahead.
Yeah, as of 9:30 p.m., we received 88% of the total number of votes, and former Senator Bongbong Marcos recorded about 400,000, more than 400,000 votes from Manila residents, followed by Vice President Leni Robredo with almost 200,000 votes. And we'll still continue updating the tally as more results are coming in from different polling places in Manila. Pia.
Yes, Stanley. And ano yung boto ni Isko dyan sa Manila?
Isko Moreno still have more than 200,000 as of 9:30 p.m. when we've observed here at city canvassers, and there are still more voters coming in because some schools are still transmitting their results as of today.
All right, Stanley Gahete there, reporting live from the city of Manila. All right, Richard, final words from you before we let you go.
Right.
My
Final words is not
Ilocano
what I
guest.
don't want to have. Like,
My Ilocano guest.
It's not done yet. Hanpay nalpasan. The election. Yeah. It's just, no, I mean, as I'm saying, one thing that always worried me is these elections will be too polarized that the losing candidate will not accept it under any circumstances. That is a lose-lose situation for everyone, right? Post-electoral mayhem, violence, thank God we haven't had that. And I hope we will stay in that track, right? And for me, whoever becomes the next president, he will have to work with as many people as possible to effectuate a policy. We saw with President Duterte, he's a strong personality, he had a lot of support, but a lot of times there was a lot of backlash, a lot of policy, whether on foreign policy, whether on some of his economic policy, etc. Now, prospective President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. always talks about unity. I don't know what that means, but I hope what that means is that he's going to be a president really for each and every Filipino, including those who didn't vote for him, including those who have a lot of reservations.
Those who hated him. So,
yeah,
and the Lenny supporters.
This is his chance to defy his critics by showing a side perhaps that they didn't see. I mean, he's not the first son of a former strongman, right, or a strong figure becoming a leader. I mean, in Korea, with a woman, Park Chung-hee, right, who became their president. In France, you had Napoleon III. And sometimes even the prodigal sons or daughters or nephews tend to do better when they're more practical rather than megalomaniac than their father and all of that. And so my hope is, in this case, whoever becomes the next president, whether it's Leni, whether it's Marcos, they will always remember.
Whether.
I'm just saying, but I think mathematically it's becoming... I was calculating, even if Leni gets all the remaining votes, which is not statistically reasonable, it's still going to be a tough fight. But if it's prospective President Marcos Jr., which is not totally surprising based on the discussions we have had, then I hope he defies his critics as much as he wants to please his supporters.
Yeah. Well, during the campaign, he very rarely, if ever, attacked any of his opponents, right? I mean, he was always...
This is what I want to say, right? If you look at Marcos Jr., this is something fascinating about him, right? On one hand, again, this is not necessarily praise. I'm just saying this is something intellectually curious because
this is your observation
he has the Marcos name, which or has a clear aura, right? It has a clear message. Strong man to make us great again. At the same time, if you look at him personally, he's a very avuncular, charming person. Everyone who has met him. And I don't think it's just a put up. I think that's his release person. He's a much more chill person. He's a much more avuncular, charming, urbane person for that matter. And in that sense, he has been able to have the cake and eat it too, right? So my point is, it's also important that prospective President Marcos also sends the right signal to his supporters that, see, in short, lead by example. If he's really someone who's not into negative campaigning, into fights, he really wants unity, I hope his supporters also project that. Because we don't want a situation whereby that's being just outsourced to your supporters. You project clean unity and then your supporters are
good
doing...
cop, bad cop.
Exactly. I hope it's not a good cop, bad cop situation. I'm not saying that's the case, but I hope that's not the case, right? Because so much polarization in our politics. A lot of us are... I mean, how many people get canceled on Twitter, online? It's just so toxic. It's such a talk. How can you save democracy? How can you make democracy better? How can we push our country in the right direction if we don't detox, right? We really need a detox time. That doesn't mean we forget accountability. That doesn't mean we forget transparency. But what I'm saying is always have the long view, play the long game. And the only way for a democracy to have a chance is if both sides, opposition and the administration, don't forget that at the end of the day, they are there for the national interest. I think that's a very important thing. Now, I'm already sounding like a politician, so before that, I'm gonna whiz out and get to my next assignment.
Get to your next gig.
I know. Yeah, I think I'm in a dangerous territory with I'm talking in intellectual curiosity. Again, we're totally non-partisan here, just to be clear, including my Ilocano side.
Yes, you have to say that again. Maraming salamat sa'yo, Richard Hidarian. We'll see you again very soon. I'm sure
Pleasure.
there's a lot to analyze in the next few days, weeks, months, etc. Salamat for being here. Just moments ago, former Senator Bongbong Marcos thanked supporters as he leads the presidential race. Here's that short speech from his headquarters in Mandaluyong.
Magpapasalamat ako sa mga kababayan ko na nandiyan sila at nagsuporta sila hindi lamang sa mga kandidato, hindi lamang sa aming partido, kung hindi sa magandang bukas ng ating minamahal na Pilipinas. At yan sa akin ang pinakamahalaga na aking makukuha dito sa kampanyang ito. Kaya ako'y nagpapasalamat sa inyong lahat. Kagaya ng aking sinabi, ay hindi pa tapos ang bilangan. Marami nang nagsasabi na tapos na, pero hindi pa talaga. Antayin natin hanggang talagang maliwanag na maliwanag, mag 100% ng pagbilang. Hanggat tayo ay mag-celebrate o mag-isip na tapos na. Ngunit kahit hindi pa tapos nga ang pagbibilang, hindi makapag-antay ang aking pasasalamat sa inyo lahat. Ang aking pasasalamat sa lahat ng tumulong, sa lahat ng sumapi sa aming ipinaglaban, sa inyong sakripisyo, sa inyong trabaho, at sa binigay ninyo sa amin ng oras, na kakayahan, ng sipag. Ang mga ganitong klaseng paggagawa, any endeavor as large as this, does not involve one person. It involves very, very many people working in very, very many different ways. And to all of them, I thank you. And let us keep watch on the vote. Kung tayo'y palarin, ay aasahan ko na yung inyong tulong ay hindi magsawa, ang inyong tiwala ay hindi magsawa. At dahil ay marami po tayong gagawin dito sa ating hinaharap. Maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Magandang gabi po.
All night here on CNN Philippines, we'll keep a close watch on the progress of today's vote, and we'll bring you the results as soon as we get them. So keep it right here. CNN Philippines is your most trusted destination for live, up-to-the-minute, and in-depth coverage of today's historic vote. You're watching the Filipino Votes 2022 election night. Earlier, we had those numbers as of 11:17 tonight. Marcos has 25,489,420 votes. He has breached that 25 million mark. Leni Robredo, 12,145,860 votes at number 2. We're waiting for her to get to the 14.4 million mark because that was her votes. Those were her votes, 14.4 million back in 2016 during the VP race. Manny Pacquiao, 2,564,260 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,607,887 votes. Ping Lacson, 763,927 votes. They're followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. In the VP race, Sara Duterte, number 1, with 25,408,391 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 7,630,661 votes. Tito Soto, 6,813,744 votes. Willie Ong, number 4. Number 5 is Lito Atienza, followed by Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. Now let's take a look at how our kababayans from different regions voted. Mai Rodriguez is here with us in the studio. Mai.
Hi, Pia. Now, we are going to check how our kababayans voted in the regions. Right now, let's start at the NCR. We're seeing Bongbong Marcos leading in the NCR with 3,045,514 votes. He has a close to 1.4 million lead over Leni Robredo with 1.6 million votes, followed by Isko Moreno at number 3. We're just gonna refresh this map a bit and go again to the NCR and check the votes over here. Let's go back to number 3, Isko Moreno with 485,300 votes. Ping Lacson at number 4 with 128,279. And we're going to stop at Manny Pacquiao with 86,000 votes. Now, let's check at Region 1, the Ilocos region, the bailiwick of Bongbong Marcos. At 2,226,249, followed by Leni Robredo with 285,876. Mayor Isko Moreno at 41,454. Manny Pacquiao at 29,000 votes. Let's check how Ilocos or the Ilocos region voted for Vice President. Here you go, Sara Duterte leading at 1,881,955, followed by Tito Soto at 428,295. And number 3, Kiko Pangilinan at 183,845 votes. Doc Willie Ong is at number 4. Lito Atienza is at number 5. Now let's go to Region 5, the Bicol region, checking the bailiwick of Leni Robredo. Let's go to how they voted for president first. Region 5, Leni Robredo, not surprising, 1,873,423, a wide lead over Bongbong Marcos at 421,823 votes. Manny Pacquiao at number 3 with 68,511 votes, followed by Isko Moreno at number 4, 25,359, and Ping Lacson at number 5. Let's check how they voted for Vice President. Again, this is the Bicol region. Kiko Pangilinan leading with 1,351,304. Sara Duterte, 516,403. Tito Soto at 401,809. And Doc Willie Ong, 77,576. Again, this is the partial unofficial tally straight from the COMELEC transparency server as of 11:02 p.m. We will bring you more
of the numbers as this is updated. Pia.
So, not surprising, like you were saying, BBM leading in the Ilocos region, and sorry, we didn't go through the CAR, no, Cordillera.
Not
We don't
yet.
have that.
Do you want to check the CAR?
Can
Hold
we?
on.
Can we look at
Let's
Cordillera?
check if we can go to the Cordillera region. Okay, Bongbong Marcos leading with 644,651 votes coming in as of 11:02 p.m. Leni Robredo with 78,614. Ping Lacson at 19,367. Manny Pacquiao 16,000. Mayor Isko Moreno at 11,766. This is how the Cordillera region voted. I'm thinking this is not much of the votes yet. We don't know yet how many percent of the ERs came in for the Cordillera region. Pia.
Kasama din sa yung tinatawag na Ilocano country, yung Region 2. Can we also look at Region 2 now? Is that possible?
Okay, we will refresh and go to Region 2.
Cagayan Valley region.
Cagayan Valley region. This is how they voted in the presidential race. Bongbong Marcos leading a wide lead at 1,365,711. Leni Robredo with only 143,138. Manny Pacquiao with 22,400. Isko Moreno, 18,936. Ping Lacson, 17,981. This is how Region 2 voted for president. You want to check? Let's check very quickly how they voted for vice president. We're gonna wait on that a bit. Let's see if we're gonna get how they voted for vice president, or maybe
okay,
over here. Maybe we're gonna get that data later as the screen
Loading
is
data.
loading. Okay, Pia, back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mai Rodriguez, for drilling things down for us so that we can see what the numbers were like in those regions. Yung mga command votes na tinatawag, Ilocano country, for example, even Bicol, Lenny, of course, leading there in Bicol. All right, nearly all votes are all votes are in within 5 hours since the polls closed at 7 in the evening. Let's get details from Melissa Lopez, who is still in Pasay City now.
Pia, it will take a couple more days until the winners of the 2022 race are officially proclaimed as duly elected leaders of the country. As of 11 p.m., 80% of clustered precincts nationwide have already finished counting the votes cast and transmitted the data to the city or municipal board of canvassers. That leaves about 20,000 more precincts which have not yet completed the transmission of votes and have not reached the city level yet. Now, what should we expect from here? So after as polls close around 7 or a little later, the VCMs or the vote counting machines will transmit the votes, as I said, to the local municipal or city board of canvassers. It also sends out the data to the transparency servers like that of the COMELEC, which we are using as basis for our breaking news coverage right now, and as well as to the poll watchdog PPCRV. Now, when the votes reach the city or municipal board of canvassers, they will collate all of that votes within their jurisdiction, and that will be their basis for proclaiming the winners of the local race. So that's your mayor, your vice mayor, your congressman in the district, and of course the councilors. Once that's done, it goes up another level. The certificates of canvass from the city will be transmitted to the provincial board of canvassers. Diyan mo naman malalaman sino yung mananalong governor at vice governor, pati mga board member. It follows the same process. It will combine all the votes cast in the provinces under them. And then finally, the provincial board will elevate votes cast to here, the National Board of Canvassers. Now, you will see the area behind me is empty, and that's because the COMELEC, sitting as National Board of Canvassers, did not start the canvassing yet kasi hindi pa umaabot sa kanila yung mga votes na binilang. Kasi ngayon, ang municipal level pa lang ang karamihan na gumagalaw. So they have to wait for that. They will reconvene tomorrow at 1 p.m. They are expected to start counting the votes cast and eventually declare the 12 winning senators and as well as the party list groups. We expect that in a week's time. Meanwhile, those running for the presidential and vice presidential race will know their fate. It will hang with the official canvassing this time in the hands of Congress, but that will wait until end of May. Pia.
The Senate and the House of Representatives sitting in joint session as the National Board of Canvassers, as Melissa Lopez was reporting. Thank you for that, Mel. Let's bring in our senior correspondent, Anjo Alimario, who is still in Camarines Sur, in Naga City, in Camarines Sur. Anjo.
Hi, Tia. Good evening. We're here at 15 Martires Plaza, where the supporters of Vice President Lenny Robredo are gathering right now as the partial and unofficial tally shows that Marcos is leading by a wide margin in the presidential race. They've been here since around 10 p.m. And earlier they were singing Rosas, which has become the anthem of Robredo's campaign, and Bayan Ko. And also earlier they held a prayer vigil. They prayed the rosary. Obviously, they're very sad with the development in today's elections, with the results coming out. And this is actually nagtawag lang yung solid Lenny Bicol na magtipon-tipon yung supporters dito sa plaza. And right now, the plaza is almost full of supporters, and we've seen more of them arriving here at the plaza. And there's no formal program here. We don't know yet hanggang ano oras sila magstay dito, but definitely they are united here. Of course, Nagdeños are frustrated. It's a painful thing for them to accept that, it's another missed chance for them to have the first Bicolana president. And they've been wanting, dreaming to have that first Bicolana president. But with the current results for the presidential race, with Marcos, of course, leading the pack. And so far, I think the program, I don't know if the program is almost over, pero ngayon, alam mo, damang-dama mo yung lungkot dito, ng mga supporter, nangungusap yung kanilang mata, and iba nag-iiyakan, iba nagyayakapan. And ngayon, pinapatugtog uli yung Rosas. Of course, many are becoming emotional as they hear this song, because this song really united them, and still uniting them para nga kay Robredo. And again, we're still waiting for official any word or statement coming from Robredo herself or from her spokesperson or anyone from her team. But I think bukas na yan mangyayari, Pia, and we're told. So, natin alam din kung mababago yung schedule niya because we know yung plan, the original plan was she should stay here in Naga or in Kamsur na matagal-tagal, but with the development, we don't know kung may mababago ba sa schedule niya. And we also understand that this month also, I think by next week, she'll be leaving for the US para nga samahan si Jillian, yung kanyang youngest, na graduate sa New York. So right now, Pia, yan, I think this is the Lady Peña Francia nilalabas nila sa plaza. Yung mga supporters, kumakanta pa rin ng Rosa. Back to you.
Anjo, bukas na nga siguro talaga mangyayari ang anumang statement or press conference or interview ni VP Lenny, because it is 11:57 p.m. It's just 3 minutes to midnight, and in 3 minutes time it will be May 10. Bukas na yon. I was about to ask nga kung magsasalita ba siya anytime soon, no? But well, interesting also to know that, like you said, pupunta pala siya ng Amerika, no, to be with her youngest daughter, si Jill. I wanted to also ask, Anjo, kasi kanina pinapakita na nga ni Mai yung mga boto sa mga rehiyon, no? So for example, Region 1 and CAR going for BBM, Region 5 for Lenny, of course. But I wanted to ask you if you have the data available, how she fared in Naga City, her hometown, and Camarines Sur in the province itself. Do you have that data available?
As of now, Pia, we don't have that data yet, but babalikan kita. We're still getting that figures. I think so yung nagkakamali, nag-pause yung canvassing sa provincial or city level. But Babalikan kita, Pia, for that data.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one more thing, Anjo. Kanina kausap ko si Cheese Escudero, no? And I asked him about what message he would have for Lenny supporters, and he said in so many words, no? I'm just paraphrasing and summarizing na kumbaga, the will of the majority, respecting the mandate, reaching out to each other. What does that sound like? What would that sound like to Lenny's voters, Lenny supporters?
Well, yeah, well, that will be the ultimate test here for her supporters, is to really accept the results of tonight's elections. Kung mababago ba, or kung hindi na mababago yung resulta ng election, given yung laki ng lamang ni Bongbong Marcos, and especially here sa Naga, they're very passionate about supporting and backing Robredo, and of course doon yung mga passionate supporters niya even in different parts of the country. So again, doon mo makikita, matitest din actually yung maturity of the supporters, of how they will accept this, or will this fuel them yun nga, sinasabi nila, this campaign has turned into a movement. So we'll see how will the next days kung paano maapektuhan yung kanyang mga supporters, Pia.
And sorry, well, just one last question. About 30-45 minutes ago, nagsalita si Mr. Marcos sa kanyang headquarters. Would you know if they were able to watch that? Napanood ba nila yon? Narinig ba nila? Meron ba silang mga reactions to that?
Right now, Pia, I don't have that information, but I understand that they are converging sa bahay ni Lenny sa Magaraw, and I've been told Barry's there and other part of the core team of Lenny's campaign are there sa bahay nila. Pero yun nga, siguro bukas na talaga natin malalaman kung magkakaroon man ng any announcement or press conference coming from her.
Alright, at umabot na tayo sa bukas kasi 12:01 a.m. May 10,
Good morning,
Tuesday.
Pia.
Good morning sa'yo, Anjo Alimario, reporting from Naga City in Camarines Sur. Anjo was assigned to the Lenny Kiko campaign for this election. You can count on CNN Philippines for live, in-depth coverage of this year's general elections. Stay with us. CNN Philippines is your most trusted destination for live, up-to-the-minute and in-depth coverage of today's historic vote. You're watching the Filipino Votes 2022 election night. The numbers so far still the same: 25,914,360 votes for Bongbong Marcos, who just about an hour or so ago thanked his supporters, making that statement before media and supporters. He said he wanted to thank them all, even if he said that he wanted to wait till 100% of the vote was in. But he said saying thank you couldn't wait, and that's why he made that statement. Now, Lenny Robredo with 12,361,112 votes. I was speaking to Andre Alimario, who is with the Lenny Kiko campaign coverage team, and he was saying that, showing pictures also of Lenny supporters, quite demoralized in Naga City in Camarines Sur. We understand that VP Lenny is in her home in Magarao, which is a few minutes away from Naga City. Still no word as to what exactly she's going to do or say in the next few hours. But Anja did say that she would be leaving for the U.S. to be with her youngest daughter. Now, in the number three spot, and again, this is as of 11:32 p.m. of May 9, Manny Pacquiao with 2,644,519 votes. Isko Moreno, 1,628,060 votes, number 4. Number 5 is Ping Lacson with 773,077 votes. They're followed by Faisal Mangundato, Ernie Abella, Leoty de Guzman, Bert Gonzalez, and Jose Montemayor Jr. The vice presidential race, it is still Sara Duterte in the lead, a very huge lead over Kiko Pangilinan. Sara Duterte has 25,870,289 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 7,758,960 votes. Tito Soto, 6,921,216 votes. They're followed by Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Lito David. The senatorial race, Robin Padilla is number 1, 21,585,601 votes. Lauren Legarda, 20,245,957 votes. Rafi Tulfo, 19,503,336 votes. Followed by Win Gatchalian, Cheese Escudero, Mark Villar, Alan Cayetano, Joel Villanueva, Mig Zubiri, JV Ejercito Estrada. In number 11, Risa Ontiveros. Number 12, Jingoy Estrada. Number 13 is Georgia Binay, followed by Herbert Bautista, Gibo Teodoro, Gilor Eleazar, Harry Roque, Greg Onasan, Chel Diokno, and Larry Gadon. Those are the latest numbers. Comlec Transparency Server. This is more than 75% of the vote of election returns. Now, here with us tonight, no, not tonight, this morning. It is 12:09 in the morning. Okay, bago natin kausapin si Edwin Lacerda, who's here with us tonight, we're going to go first back to Rex Remigio in the BBM Sara headquarters here in Mandaluyong. Rex? Rex? Rex, go ahead.
Well, as you can see right behind me, supporters of Bongbong Marcos are now celebrating outside his campaign headquarters in Mandaluyong City. They've been here since around 9 in the evening after they learned that Marcos is leading by a wide margin against his rival Vice President Lenny Robredo. They're singing, they're dancing to the tune of songs like that of rapper Andrew E. and Ang Bagong Lipunan, which is one of the anthems of the martial law era. Now, a while ago, presidential candidate Bongbong Marcos delivered an address to the nation where he thanks his supporters, and he also told them that they should still have to wait since a lot can still happen. Although he's already leading by a huge margin, he says he doesn't want to take things for granted. Now, other supporters are also telling vehicles passing by EDSA to blow their horns, to show their support. They're also waving their flags. And so far, Marcos is now upstairs with some very important persons and other celebrities and politicians. I'm not sure if they're eating now or what they're doing, but what we saw is that there's a catering at the 7th floor, if I'm not mistaken, of his campaign headquarters. So that's the latest from here at the campaign headquarters of Bongbong Marcos in Mandaluyong City.
Rex Remigio there reporting, like he said, from the BBM Sara headquarters in Mandaluyong City. Supporters jubilant with the lead, the very huge lead that Marcos has mounted over Leni Robredo. And like I was saying just a while ago, here with us now is Edwin Lasherda, who used to be spokesperson for President Noynoy Aquino, and was here just last Friday. We were just talking about Edwin last Friday on news.ph. Itong kailangan boto ni BBM and how he would reach that. And now,
well, so he's breached the 39% already.
39% of the
39% of 100%. Yung 65,721,230 votes, no?
Registered voters.
Registered vote. That's the domestic. Because if you add the overseas and the absentee, that's about 1.8. So, but they're not counted yet now. So we're only looking at the domestic registered votes. So yung boto lang dito sa loob ng Pilipinas.
Yeah. Okay. So why is 25 million the threshold, yung hinahanap natin boto? Explain that again.
Kasi yung traditionally, to become president, except for FVR and Pinoy, all three era GMA and President Duterte garnered 39% of the votes. So ngayon, si BBM lumampas na. He's already at, based on your accounts kanina, yung number niya 26,313,000, he's already at 40.04%. By the way, the total number of votes counted already is at 67.55%. So you're only looking at 32.45% na lang of votes to be counted. And right now, si BBM is already at 26.313. Lampas na yun ng 40%. We're now looking for the next 9%. Kasi 40.04% siya. So you're looking at 9.96%.
Yeah. Last night, around 8, 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10, ang sinasabi ng mga Leni supporters, baka pwede pang humabol. Diba? But at a certain point, at what point did it become an insurmountable lead?
When it hit somewhere around 21, medyo mahirap na because the numbers of VP Leni was stagnant. Medyo stagnant siya. So right now, she's at 12.554 million. That's only 19.10%. So you've got 40.04 against 19.10%. So that's a huge. And by the way, that's consistent with unfortunately, with the pulse, with the surveys.
With the surveys.
We're looking
Even
at
Okta,
we're looking
diba?
at 56%. And the Pulse Asia, it was 56.24. So they both are not there yet, but it seems like, is there a possibility for Bongbong to become, for the first time, a majority president? It looks that way, considering that you have 32% votes yet to be counted. Yung ER na binibilang, yung 81.80%, those are the number of ERs transmitted. But the total number of votes cast, counted already, is around 67.62. So you're looking at 32% more votes to be counted pa. So malaki yun.
Yeah, okay. The other number we're looking at is, kasi kung 12.5 million si Leni ngayon, 14.4 million siya nung 2016. No?
Yes,
So,
kulang pa.
yeah, so everybody's expecting na kailangan, kung matalo man, kailangan malampasan niya or maabutan niya yung 14.4. 12.5.
Well, it's possible. That's only about, if it's 14 million, that's about 1.400. 1.4 1.400 million na lang ang kailangan.
Okay.
1.4 million na lang kailangan ng boto.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter now, right?
It doesn't matter in the sense only of making sure that she maintained her lead, the same lead that the same number of votes she had in 2016.
Okay, so let's look back and look forward. So the look back question is, what went wrong in the campaign? No? Because people say the rallies were great, they were happy, big, funny, nice, everything you wanted in the rally was there. They had their house to house, and then although they wouldn't believe in surveys, and then say, may Google Trends naman, etc. Diba? And then they had all these big endorsements.
Right.
No? Hindi lang celebrity, no? Kung ano-ano. Dami. So, yun yung look back. What went wrong? Looking forward, what next? No? What's gonna happen now?
Conventionally, and I'm saying this objectively, I think the decision to declare and to run late was a big factor. Now, there's a difference between Lenny deciding late in 2015. Because at that point, she was an administration candidate. The whole machinery of the LP and the administration was with us, and was with Mar and was with Lenny. And so, and being the vice presidential candidate, dala siya ng presidential candidate. So that was fairly simple. So may administration candidate ka, kahit na late ka mag-decide, meron ka ng makinarya. Dito talagang, and to credit her, she really didn't want to run. From the very start naman when I spoke to her in July, sabi niya, Sek, ayaw kong tumakbo.
She was supposed to run for governor, right?
So that's one of her plans,
the options.
yes. But in fact, that was the reason why she was talking to Isko Ping Manny Pacquiao to try to find a common candidate for the opposition. At some point, maybe perhaps there was a call for her to run, then maybe she decided to run. But because of the factor that you don't have a machinery behind you, the idea of running late became such a difficult, there were no logistics. You don't have political endorsements on the outset. A lot of your political allies had to leave because kailangan namin we need to make a decision. Ma'am, tatakbo ba kayo? Hindi, because we need also cover for ourselves. And so a number of politicians identified with the LP decided to run and look for separate candidates. So isa na yan. And so in spite of the fact na talagang volunteer driven, wala kang makinarya to start. So that's why it was really hard. Mahirap talaga. Kumbaga, wala kang logistics. Di ba? From the very start, it's like, di ba, amateur stock strategy, professional stock logistics. Wala kang logistics eh.
Yeah, okay.
Di ba? Ang hirap.
Oh. But then, like you mentioned, volunteers, so you have those rallies. No? You had Pasig with a certain number of people attending. You had Pasay, 400+ thousand attending. You had Makati last, what day was that? Saturday.
Last Saturday.
750,000 according to the estimates.
But that came late na.
Late na.
That came late. The first one who really
Pero gang-ho kasi yung mga supporters niya eh.
Kung
diba?
passion kasi ang metric, panalo talaga.
Okay.
Diba? No doubt. I was saying, kung passion ang metric, panalo talaga. Except the reality of a campaign is, it has to be disciplined. It has to be structured to a large extent. The volunteers were very good. I mean, credit should be given to the volunteers. They put up a strong campaign. I mean, so creative, so free, so giving of themselves, both in time and in resources.
Yes. Edwin, clarify that and make that very clear. Disciplined and structured in the truest, most traditional sense of a campaign, meaning messaging, the way you attack certain things.
There are certain things that the messaging came on. In fact, the tagline, which is beautiful, Gobyernong Tapat, came quite late. Came only in January. So you've got 3 months of people were coming up with their own. Diba? Although there was already a brand decision, ganito ang magiging kulay, ganito ang font and all that. But the whole idea, ano bang mensahe natin? In fact, if you're part of that echo chamber, you would see people saying, ano bang mensahe natin? Diba? So, and then you've got a number of, parang there was really, because everybody was giving of themselves, if I thought of something beautiful, and which is beautiful, sige, takbo natin. So, kanya-kanya lahat. So, I suppose yung message nga, hindi klaro kung ano talaga ang mensahe. Ang klaro was what Vice President said, radical love. To really talk about, let's try to convert without pulling teeth with the supporters of my other
But radical love, was that something the ordinary Pinoys could understand? Di ba? And radical love, talking, convincing, was that what happened? Or was it the opposite?
It was very difficult. I mean, I spoke to someone who said that 6 na taon kaming hindi makasalita. Because of the Duterte, because they were being bashed by, di ba, we were called Dilawan trolls, yung mga Dilawan and all that. So parang there was a climate of fear under Digong. And then suddenly when it's time for change, ayan na, tatakbo na. I can be free to talk na. And then the Vice President said, and this is by the way, this is not a mistake I fully agree with the concept of radical love, because it's really hard to it's pulling teeth when you're talking to Marcos supporters. That's why it has to be a positive messaging and without engaging them in a very confrontational way. But it's a challenge, like you said. Hindi kasi natural sa atin, although Kristiyano tayong pinalaki, syempre pag makulit yung kakausap mo, sometimes it gets to...
Oh, yung latest boto ni BBM, 25 million, that means something. That has to be acknowledged.
Yes.
Yung mga Lenny supporters cannot say, oh, wala yan. Hindi.
No.
Ang hirap di ba? It has to be...
Mandato yan eh.
Right.
Mandato yan ni Bongbong. I mean, the people chose his message. I believe that the message of VP Lenny was very substantive, but what can you do? The people chose unity. The thing that I was telling, one of the things that I think what got and convinced the people by and large is the idea of, because if you're attending the FG, these are focus group discussions, and we did a number of focus group discussions. There were 2 things talaga na sinasabi. Pagod na kami sa bangayan. Because of the COVID pandemic, pagod na. People are tired. Ayaw namin nag-aaway yung ang liderato. Gusto namin magbuklod-buklod. I remember that very, very clearly. And it was an FGD that was common to all respondent groups of Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And that was very strong. And that was talking about unity.
That was one. The other one was?
I forgot. No. But the other one was in relation to I forgot what I was going to say. I'll try to recall it. But the message of unity was very, very strong. Oh, the other one is this. Saan mo kami dadalhin?
Right.
Kasi ang problema there's a fine distinction between doing a presidential campaign and a senatorial campaign in the Philippine setting. In the US, a presidential campaign can focus on jobs, whatever the economy, whatever the issues, kitchen table issues, that so to speak. Here in the Philippines, it's more aspirational. Ang tanong nila, saan mo kami dadalhin? Where are you going to lead us?
Yeah.
So that must be clear. For one reason or another, the people believe in the pinwheel of Bongbong Marcos. Very, look at that song, kay Umagang Kay Ganda.
Yeah.
It's very visually entertaining,
Well,
visually
also maybe
moving.
because it was just very simple.
That's correct.
Straightforward.
It's a very simple thing. I mean, it goes into, ayaw namin nag-aaway, nagbabangayan ng aming mga liderato. Although, sila rin naman ang babanat eh. Pero yung kandidato mismo, look the entire campaign, what was the excuse of not joining the debate? Kasi it's an opportunity to bash. And ayaw namin mag-bash ng kalaban.
Okay. Edwin, stand by lang because we need to also talk about yung looking forward ng what next for the opposition. We're going to speak first and bring in the result. We're going to speak first to Guido David of Octa Research. He has some projections, I'm told. He's joining us via Zoom. Hi, Guido. Thank you very much. Good morning also pala. Magandang umaga sa'yo. Good morning.
Hi, yes. Good morning.
Okay, what can you tell us?
Well, the numbers have been holding for president and vice president. BBM has been getting about 59 to 60% of the count. And right now, the latest that I'm looking at has about 80 1.8% tallied, and he has already 26 million. So we're projecting that he will be reaching about 32 to 33 million
Wow,
votes.
32 to 33 million vote projection. First time in history. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Well, he might miss 32, but we're also seeing VP Lenny might hit around 15 to 16 million votes. So those are a lot of votes, but unfortunately, not enough to win because this is an overwhelming lead, and Mayor Sara is gonna be receiving roughly the same number of votes, about 32 million votes.
Yeah. Well, this is exactly what you have said in the surveys, Octa Research Survey, Pulse Asia, Lilo, lahat ng survey firms, no? Ito yung sinasabi na malaki ang magiging lamang ni BBM. And for a while, there were many people who didn't want to believe those surveys, right?
That's unfortunately correct. We just conduct the surveys. We do it objectively. We're not endorsing anyone, and that's the numbers show that. So it was showing a big lead since last year, since around December. So there might have been opportunities to recalibrate the strategies. In fact, I mentioned that some time ago, and we might have talked a few months ago about this, and if there's any chances. And what we saw was that there would have to be some major changes in the strategies to make up for the gap in the numbers.
But there was not enough, or there were no changes in the strategy, and that's why this happened.
Well, I mean, there were probably changes. There might have been changes. I can't speak for their campaigns. They might have changed the strategies, but maybe it was not enough. Or maybe BBM's strategy. I think he started, on this journey a long time ago. So I think he had a head start in his strategic campaign, and that might have been the game changer. It's also true that the unification efforts definitely was synergistic in that their numbers were additive. So BBM got votes in the north, the solid north, and then Mayor Sara got votes in the south, and then they complemented each other, and it was an additive effect, and it was definitely a lot to overcome.
And maybe also, was it because he recognized this for what it was? It's a marathon, no? Not a sprint, not something you can launch a little bit too late and then try and do catch up.
Definitely, it was a marathon. Start early, you do your homework, what you have to do, and they implemented the strategies, and it worked for them. So so that's definitely what we can attribute this to.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have numbers, projections for the senatorial race, or we're just talking about president and VP here?
Well, for the senators, I've been watching it also, and the top third. Well, for a while, former Mayor Herbert Bautista was number 13th, but now he has slid down to number 14, and we have number 13 is former VP Jojo Binay. But he's on the outside looking in. There's a significant gap now between former VP Jojo Binay and the number 12. So, I mean, I can't declare yet that the top 12 will be remaining as they are. I think definitely the top 8 have not been moving for some time, meaning that they have stayed at the same levels. I would go as far as to say that I think the top 11. I can't guarantee anything yet at this time, but I'm projecting that the top 11 will be remaining as they are. If there's some changes, it's going to be at number 12. But I tend to think right now that number 12, which is Jinggoy Estrada, he might make it because there's some gap between him and the former VP Jojo Binay.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add? Final words?
Well, this was a historic day for the country, and we encourage people to go out and vote, and this is the result of our kababayans voting. So we have let democracy run its course. So I think after we have counted and we have officially counted the ballots, I think it's time to move forward with the people that the country has elected. So yeah.
Yeah, moving forward. That was my hanging question for Edwin Lacerda, who's here with us. Thank you so much, Guido, David, Octo Research, and of course, the numbers now bearing out what all the surveys have been saying. Guido David also saying that he is projecting a 32 million or 33 million at most votes for BBM and an overwhelming lead. He's saying VP Lenny is saying perhaps 15 to 16 million votes. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll continue with that discussion with Edwin Lacerda. Also, the latest numbers as of 12:02 a.m. Be right back. This is a CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes Election Night 2022. Maybe we should correct that. Hindi na gabi, election the day after, the aftermath of the May 9, 2022 election. We're going to go to the numbers now as of 12:02 a.m. From the COMELEC transparency server. Bongbong Marcos, 26,681,414 votes. 12,736,644 votes for Leni Robredo at number 2. Manny Pacquiao, 2,781,786. Isko Moreno, 1,664,391. Ping Lacson, 788,835 votes. They're followed by Faisal Mangundato, Ernie Abella, Leody de Guzman, Bert Gonzalez, and Jose Montemayor. The vice presidential race, still the same. Sara Duterte, number one, with 26,701,951 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 980,359 votes. Tito Soto, 7,115,838 votes. They're followed by Doc Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walden Bello, Carlos Serapio, and Rizalito David. A while ago, Guido David of Octa Research saying he's projecting 32 million, perhaps 33 million votes for BBM, and for VP Lenny, 15 to 16 million votes. Now, let's remember, back in 2016 for the VP race, Lenny Robredo got 14.4 million, or 14,418,817 votes. She should be breaching that vote number. The senatorial race, as of 12:02 a.m., again, COMELEC Transparency Server, partial, unofficial. Robin Padilla, number one, 22,283,925 votes. Lauren Legarda, number two, 20,802,147 votes. Rafi Tulfo, number three, 20,055,519 votes. The following are former senators. Incumbent Wing Gatchalian, a former senator, now governor of Sorsogon, Cheese Escudero. We spoke to him earlier. He said he did vote for Lenny, but he said we need to respect that mandate. Mark Villar, 15.5 million votes. DPWH secretary, former DPWH secretary. Alan Peter Cayetano, 15.5 million votes. Remember, in 2016, Alan was the running mate of President Rodrigo Duterte. Joel Villanueva, comebacking senator, 15.9 million votes. Mig Zubiri, 988,055 votes. JV Ejercito, 13.5 million votes. Number 11 is Risa Ontiveros with 13.3 million votes. Jinggoy Estrada is number 12, 12.8 million votes. Kanina lang, sinasabi na nga ni Guido, itong nangyayari sa number 12, 13, and 14th spot. Kasi kanina, Herbert Bautista was at number 13 and Binay was number 14. Ngayon, nagbaliktad na. Binay is number 13. Number 14, Herbert Bautista. 15, Gibo Teodoro. They are followed by Gilor Eliazar, Harry Roque, Greg Onasan, Chel Diokno, and Larry Dadon. And we're going to show you live pictures just outside the BBM Sara headquarters here in Mandaluyong City. Supporters have gathered there, still gathering there, waiting for, more words from him. About an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, BBM spoke to say thank you to his supporters, to everyone who helped his campaign. He said he wanted to wait for 100% of the vote, but he said yung pagpapasalamat daw could not wait, and which is why he spoke earlier. We're also waiting for any possible movements, any possible announcements from Lenny Robredo, who is in Camarines Sur. But earlier, Anjo Limari was saying that they weren't expecting anything, but supporters of Lenny had gathered in Naga City. Now, after losing in the 2019 senatorial race, senatorial candidate Jinggoy Estrada is hopeful Filipino voters will give him a chance this time around as he makes it so far to the magic 12 of COMELEC's early unofficial tally. Here's what he had to say. Musta?
Well, still hanging on. Medyo ninenervous pa rin because I'm still in a very, very precarious situation.
Ninenervyos. Hanging on, you're hanging on by your fingertips like this, or what?
I keep on praying.
Ano yung dasal mo?
Ha?
Ano yung dasal mo?
Ano yung dasal ko? Sana ibigay na sa akin ni Lord ko.
Okay. Well, it is 70, well, it's about, what is it, 75% na ba of the ERs that have come in, and this is the COMELEC transparency server. You think that there is that possibility na malaglag ka pa at this point?
Well, I really do not know kasi hindi naman pinapakita ng mga TV programs kung saan nanggagaling yung mga votes.
Yeah, well, that
So,
that
I
was
really
also
do not
my
have
question
any
earlier.
idea.
That's what we want to see, kung saan nanggagaling sa mga yung mga presinto na to, anong mga lungsod, anong mga munisipyo, what provinces, and we don't have that information just yet, but we will find out soon. But so far, from your own projections, are you going to make it?
I think it's quite premature to say, but I think it's quite safe already.
Okay. Earlier, I was speaking to JV, and I was asking him, what's it going to be like kung dalawa kayong mananalo, and therefore magkasama kayo sa Senado? Sabi ko, mag-uusap ba kayo doon? Magpapansinan ba kayo? Ano bang mangyayari sa inyong dalawa?
Well, ako naman, I can work with anybody or everybody, whether he's my brother or not. Kahit opposition, I can work with anyone.
All right. Edwin, I was about to say Edwin Estrada. Edwin Lasherda, still with us here in the studio. Edwin, kanina yung tinatanong ko, no, yung moving forward, what's going to happen next? You know, how should Lenny maneuver through this?
Well, she's no longer going to be a public official, but she will have this whole new pink movement where passions are strong, where the call to accountability has been fired up. No? So, sana wag lang pang-election lang yung passion na yan. And if Lenny decides to take the lead, I'm sure the people will follow her. But it will be a civil society movement because obviously she's not in government. And now, however, the question comes in, is she willing to accept the reins of leadership at that point? Because, di ba sabi niya, after this, ayaw na niya, di ba? Kasi she was forced to running for congresswoman, vice president, and now president. So she'd like time for her. In fact, she's leaving the country nga, di ba?
Yeah.
So, but I think there will be, again, the sense of duty for her would be strong. Because when I spoke to her in July, she felt, she didn't want to run talaga, but she felt the compelling sense of duty. But you know, that's why we had to convince her, ma'am, tumakbo kayo. But I think at this point, she would not want to waste the passion for good governance among the people that have been inspired by her running for president. In that alone, if she's able to take on the reins, then that would be something victorious also for her. That can continue and maybe a foil to the present administration.
But what form will this passion take? I'm trying to figure out how to ask that question now. But kasi, you know, are they going to, will Lenny supporters try to block BBM or try to prevent a proclamation, or, you know, how far will this go? What
It depends on the concession speech of, if you're saying that she's going to do a concession speech, it would depend on the tenor of her speech. If it's a friendly concession speech, or rather a more realistic concession speech where I will continue to fight for what I believe is right, but you know, acknowledging that you are now the legitimately elected.
So far, 26 billion votes.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why. So I think. Well, I think that would depend on the tenor of the concession speech of Vice President Lenny. That and the people will follow whatever she says because they're still very inspired.
Yeah, but I mean, the Lenny campaign volunteers also really felt like she could win this, right? But at a certain point, you knew that this wasn't going to happen.
Well, because a lot of people were convinced that the Google Trends can help, because we've traditionally relied on surveys, and when the surveys weren't registering the kind of numbers that we wanted to, somebody just came up and said, "Hey, look, there's this news, there's a new way of predicting elections. It's called Google Trends, and in so many countries, it has been proven to be right." So,
well, now it's proven to be wrong.
It's proven to be wrong in our country.
In our country, in the Philippines,
diba?
yeah.
So that's why it really, and people were just so fired up. People were just so inspired. So that's there will be days of grief. Obviously, the 5 stages of grief will happen. But at some point, you have to turn positive. How do we harness this
Right.
whole energy?
Right.
And that would, I think, VP Lenny will be very, very conscious of that responsibility. And we hope that she will continue on, but give her time to rest first. And all that.
Well, speaking of those stages of grief, no, what stage ba is denial? Di ba may denial pa eh?
Yeah, ate mo na. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yung ano yan eh, there's denial, the first stage is denial, and then anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance.
Okay, nasang stage? Wala pa sa una?
Depende sa level mo eh. But definitely ngayon, it's really painful yan, di ba?
Yeah.
Masakit kasi, imagine people were going to all their rallies. And I saw, for instance, people going to BGC, going to Rockwell, and then just
all those parang flash mob,
Yes.
yung biglang nagko-congregate, no? But, yun nga, sinasabi ko kanina, parang ang gaganda ng mga rallies. Makati was, wow, what? 750K, di ba? But then that wasn't enough, di ba? And if you look at the NCR numbers,
there was one particular rally that I had to talk to one congressman. Sabi ko, he asked, how do we improve the message? Sabi ko, alam mo yung rally nyo, hindi lang pang show of force yan.
Right.
Yung rally ni Lenny. Kasi those are opportunities for conversion. Pero, 4 na oras ang rally mo, nasa pinakadulo si Lenny. But in the meantime, yung mga host mo, panay ang banat sa mga supporters or kay Bombo or sa mga supporters. Politics is addition, we need to convert. Pero kung merong mag-attend, tapos marinig na binabanatan, gaganahan ba silang tapusin yung yung buong rally? Sa last part, yun yung magandang sinasabi ni Lenny. So I was telling them, stop bashing in the rallies. It doesn't make sense for you. It's popular with your supporters, but this is not a church choir. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. So hindi itong rally para sa mga kumbinsido, para ito sa
para sa mga hindi pa kumbinsido.
Hindi pa kumbinsido. Yan ang kailangan natin to have in mind. So that's so. And also I told them, let's use unity. Maganda yung talaga naman, hindi lang naman yan teritoryo ni Bongbong. He doesn't have the monopoly on unity. All of us want and yearn for unity.
Oh, so unity, and that's why yung rosas hindi lang pink, naging multicolored na.
I think yun yung effect nung binanata that came after the Easter Sunday. I think that unity color came after the Easter Sunday conference of press con of the sila Isko. But from the very outset, the vice president really wanted unity. But syempre, it was hard to settle on who's going to be the opposition candidate. The irony of it all was, yung kabilang team pa ang nagkaroon ng unity. Imagine mo, GMA convincing Sara and Bongbong to unite. Convincing Sara, avoiding the same mistake that Imelda and Danding did in 1992. Because otherwise, had Danding not run for the presidency, you could have as early as 1992 a Marcos president in the person of Imelda. But those two guys ran, eating up the same base. Here, you also have the same base. The Marcos base and the Duterte base were the same, practically the same characteristics. Yun. They learned from the lessons of history and decided not to run against each other.
Well, speaking of the Marcos base, let's cross over first to Ilocos Norte, home province of Bongbong Marcos. Senior correspondent Lois Calderon giving us an update. Lois, you've been there you've been on your feet since 6 this morning.
That's right, Pia. Actually, before 6, just to watch Marcos reach the finish line of his presidential bid, and we're there. We are at the heart of Batac, Ilocos Norte, the hometown of Bongbong Marcos' father, which delivered the votes that Bongbong Marcos or the Marcos Jr. had been expecting. Partial and an official count by the local COMELEC here show 31,707 votes in favor of Bongbong Marcos out of almost 40,000 voters. That's 80% of the voter population of Batac. We're here at the City Hall where the City Board of Canvassers is still making a final tally with the local election officials saying there are 4 more precincts yet to be counted. We see more vans bringing VCM machines and boxes of ballots and election returns. That's where the chatter is coming from. Teachers in low voices taking those ballots, election returns, upstairs. There is no revelry yet on the streets surrounding the town center. Church grounds are lighted, but really the streets are quiet. Apparently, most of the people of Batak have yet to know the election outcome, but we ask some of them.
Napakasaya kasi taga rito si BBM. Kalugar, hometown niya ito. So, napakasaya, ma'am.
Masayang masaya, ma'am. Dahil taga dito na naman ang magiging presidente ng Pilipinas.
Siyempre po masaya kasi parang naging history magiging history ang aming paaralan.
Those who we talked to, those who voted for him, the older generation, are happy that another son of Ilocos will likely lead the nation. But they're holding on to his promise of unity, jobs, and basic things like cheaper price of rice. Pia?
Yeah. Well, Lois, let's talk about, oh my gosh, sorry, other posts in Ilocos Norte. I'm curious about, although I did read, Sandro Marcos, BBM's son, winning handily in that congressional race against the incumbent Ria Fariñas. Also, what happened to the gubernatorial race, Rudy Fariñas, Ria's father? What happened to that?
That's right, Pia. Well, the City Board of Canvassers have yet to deliver actually the final tally to the provincial level, and that might not come until tomorrow. Not come until tomorrow, but we do have the partial and unofficial count. The COMELEC here. I'll start first with the presidential. The COMELEC here says Marcos rival Leni Robredo got 904 votes out of almost 40,000 voters here. 121 votes for Lacson. For Vice President, Sara is leading with 30,479 votes. Kiko Pangilinan trailing behind with 789, and Tito Soto with 751. Again, those are partial and unofficial results, as the City Board of Canvassers has yet to transmit the final tally to the Provincial Board of Canvassers in Lawag City, the bailiwick of the Fariñas family. You mentioned Rudy Fariñas. Yes, Rudy Fariñas came out of retirement to run for governor, but the initial count, according to COMELEC, showed another Marcos leading. Incumbent Governor Matthew Marcos Manotoc and Vice Governor also Marcos, Cecilia Araneta Marcos leading the race. For Mayor, incumbent Albert Chua looks set to win a re-election. Again, these are partial and unofficial counts at the local level, with 4 precincts, about 2,000 votes yet to be counted. Back to you, Pia.
From the looks of it, Marcos country indeed. Lois Calderon there reporting from Ilocos Norte. From there, Ilocos Norte to Metro Manila, incumbent San Juan City Mayor Francis Zamora winning a second term. He secured 66,883 votes, while his lone rival, former Barangay Councilor June Usman, got 9,413 votes. Zamora ran under the ruling party PDP Laban, while Usman was fielded by the Estrada-led Puwersa ng Masang Pilipino Party. 100% of election returns in San Juan City have been transmitted. Of course, we're looking at what's happened to the other local races here in Metro Manila, and we'd like to find out what's gone on in Pasig, for example, Vico Soto, and the others as well. Which candidates are ahead in different areas as of 12:02 a.m. Let's close in on the partial tally in the regions with Mai Rodriguez here in the studio. Mai?
Hi, Pia. Let's start with Region 7, Central Visayas. We will be checking how presidential hopefuls are faring, specifically in the most vote-rich province of Cebu. Bongbong Marcos here with a wide lead of 1,319,386 votes. Leni Robredo with 502,672, followed by Manny Pacquiao, Mayor Isko Moreno, and Ping Lacson at number 5. Well, it's interesting to note that back in 2016, Marcos lost in Cebu in his vice presidential bid. Now it seems Cebu delivered the votes for BBM. He had the backing of the Garcia-led One Cebu, the largest local party in the province. Now let's head over to Region 4A. We will be checking Region 4. We will have to refresh this first. We will be checking Calabarzon, the most vote-rich province. Let's see how they voted for president. Okay, that data is loading. We will just wait for a few seconds. Okay, we will...
Although ilang beses na balikan ni
Yes, I
Marcos
hope
yan, di
to
ba?
be... We'll stand by because we will be checking also the Davao region in a bit after we go back again. Try Region 4A, Calabarzon, the most vote-rich province or region. Okay, Bongbong Marcos with 3,717,607 votes. Leni Robredo with 2,431,480. Followed by Isko Moreno, Ping Lacson, Manny Pacquiao. Isko Moreno not even reaching 400,000 votes. And finally, let's go to Region 11. Region 11, which is the Davao region. Okay, let's check how they voted for president. This is as of 12:02 a.m. Bongbong Marcos with 1,601,964 votes. Manny Pacquiao is at number 2 in the Davao region, but just at 131,895 votes, followed by Leni Robredo, Isko Moreno, Ping Lacson at number 5. Those are the numbers so far, partial and unofficial, straight from the COMELEC transparency server as of 12:02 a.m. We will be watching this closely, especially as we're nearing the 90% mark. Right now, it's 86.49% of election returns received nationwide. Pia, back to you.
Thanks for that, Maya Rodriguez, for showing us how the regions voted. And as expected, the numbers bore them out. All right, we're going to get some final words now from Edwin Lasherda.
Well, I think we're looking at inevitably looking at a Marcos presidency. And so...
And you never thought you'd say that, right?
Hoping that I would never say that. But I think we should hold him to his promise of unity. And to make sure that we don't, and make sure that history does not repeat itself as what happened to his father. I hope he'll be a better president. I hope he will be friendly to, he will truly unite the country as his promised campaign for the last so many months. And the only leg that only foundation he stood on was unity. So I think it's pretty easy for us that we should be able to hold him to that. And if he does not, there's always the pink movement. There's always those people who have promised to speak truth to power, like media, whose responsibility is to always speak truth to power. So we hope that he will, and I hope he will be able to convince the international community that he's not his father.
Now, before we go, we have figures as of 12:32 a.m. Let's bring them up now. 12:32 a.m. This, okay. 12:32 a.m. BBM 27,391,261 votes. Leni Robredo 13,076,367 votes. Manny Pacquiao 2,913,672 votes. Isko Moreno 1,697,954 votes, and Ping Lacson, 803,305. They're followed by Mangundato, Abelia, De Guzman, Gonzalez, and Montemayor. In the VP race, still the same, Sara Duterte, number 1, with 27,460,167 votes. Kiko Pangilinan, 8,186,000 781 votes. Tito Soto, 7,299,010 votes. Followed by Willie Ong, Lito Atienza, Manny Lopez, Walton Bello, Carlos Serapio, Lito David. The senatorial race, partial unofficial tally, COMELEC transparency server as of 12:32 a.m. Number 1 pa rin si Robin Padilla, 22.9 million votes. Number 2, Lauren Legarda, 21.3 million votes. Raffy Tulfo, number 3, 20.5 million votes. Followed by Win Gatchalian, Cheese Escudero, Mark Villar, Alan Cayetano, Mig Subiri, Joel Villanueva, JV Ejercito Estrada, Risa Ontiveros, and Jingoy Estrada. That rounds out the top 12. Number 13, Jojo Binay. 14, Herbert Bautista. 15, Gibo Teodoro. Followed by Gilor Eleazar, Harry Roque, Greg Onasan, Chel Diokno, and Larry Gadon. So I want to say first, thank you to Edwin Lasherda. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Just
Go.
your last count on the presidential numbers, we still have around 19.455 million votes to look for.
Okay.
So that's still big. So so it depends. So you're only at 70%, 70.52% of total votes counted.
Yeah, and you're hoping that.
No, we'll see if we can, if Lenny can narrow the gap, or Marcos will just continue to run away.
Okay.
So
Yeah, and then 13 million pa rin si Lenny, and then di ba we're looking at
she's now at
14.4.
19.90%. So
Yeah.
tama, 13.076, so about 924 million thousand before she hits 14 million. So out of 19 million, siguro makakahanap ka ng 900,000 votes to make it to 14, or mas tataas pa yan.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us, Edwin.
Thank you also.
Edwin Lasherda, political analyst now before presidential spokesperson. Maraming salamat. And thank you for joining us on the Filipino Votes Election 2022. CNN Philippines will continue helping guard the Filipino vote. Hourly updates begin at 2 in the morning. That's just 58 minutes from now. Please follow our official social media pages to keep tabs on the very latest at your fingertips. I'm Pia Ontiveros on behalf of the entire CNN Philippines staff and crew. Maraming salamat at mabuhay.
This program is rated PG. It contains themes and scenes which may not be suitable for very